will be found, because it could be like you could be looking at layer, like say you have 170 layers underground, probably around layer 80 or so. But have you found any metals on your map? Does it say deep metal or deep metals? Like, is metal plural? Yes, no? And, yeah, I don't know. It is metals. What metal have you found? It's possible you've already found all the metal that you're gonna find. What have you found so far, Goats? Because that's the important question. It's like, well, what have you encountered thus far? You've only found one. Well, what have you found? Like, what have you found? Tetrahedrite. That counts as metals, plural. You're only gonna get tetrahedrite now. Year 237. 232 years of Longdeath. Let's see if we can get 239 today. I think that'll be my goal. Longdeath. The dwarves that are currently alive are Axon the Skoid, who has been our mayor. So we've actually got like 3+ mayors in this fortress right now. Belag the Second, Taurus the Second, Avig Zendi, Stone, Vimamel, Clay, Deturowit, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Vinsati the Second, Goffer the Second, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Formal, Tiny Goliath, Candle Pixie, Rhine the Second, who, by the way, keeps having funny books written, or keeps writing funny books, rather. The Ghost, Black Hole, Kade, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Sock Smell, Cooler, Murchimel, Critty, my brain's still not working properly, Nobody Important, H2O, did I say H2O? Holy crap, where the fuck did that accent come from? Simplex, Quaveneer, Jack Nurik, Chico, LaFonda, and Crow. You bought that record? Well, man, no, I want to buy that record. Chat, somebody give me $70 so I can buy that stupid record and one-up Ryan. So that's about how... Actually, hold on, math. It was what? $19 for the record? So $19 for the record, that would be about 25. 30 something, 25 plus, about $70, yeah. About $70 for me to buy one record, because that's ridiculous. 26, and yeah, for you, 26 US and some change. And Cooler's throwing a tantrum. Well, at least we're off to a start. You know, Cooler, if you topple that altar, could become a vampire. Just saying. How's Crow's life these days? That's a good question. How indeed is Crow's life? I definitely just read your name. Why am I not seeing it now? My head is just like... Because, like, my blood sugar was pretty low about, I guess, 40 minutes ago now. And so, like, my brain's still, like, not working properly. And so, like, I know that I just read that. But now I'm like just not seeing it. There you are. You're irritated dwelling upon wearing old clothing. Well, I guess I need to make new clothing. Didn't I literally just do that? Yes, and you are not, well, you're wearing an old hemp cloak, but even that's not old. So you're dwelling on the fact that you were wearing old clothing like 2 months ago. So that's a thing. Is Cooler still throwing a tantrum? Nope. But you did get another disorderly conduct. How many disorderly conduct charges has Cooler had now? It has to scroll. That's how many counts of disorderly conduct. 2 recent counts of vandalism. That's... He's going to get another beating, or she's going to get another beating, which is completely useless. I'm just gonna go beat up Cooler again. This is what Cooler gets for doing all of this lovely art for the stream and for the channel. He gets beaten up constantly. Man. And the king wants me to make 3 ballista arrows. Oh, man. Life of Cooler. Just get beaten up constantly. And there's blood in the tavern and in the temple again. Look at that. Getting all beaten up. Looks like he's punching his arm and his leg. Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of a lot of nasty wounds. We'll be fine, though. Where's the doctor at? Somebody send the doctor up here. Recover wounded. Here comes B-Log. To recover the wounded. Of Cooler. Somebody gift Cooler a sub so that he can use his own emotes and as an apology for him getting beaten up constantly because his dwarf is a whiny little shit. I feel bad. Well, at least he's getting diagnosed. He'll be fine. No new socks? I mean, I could make new socks. There you go. Make you a sock. There you go. Thank you, Ryan. Cooler now has been resubbed to the channel. Ryan, thank you very much for gifting our friend Cooler a sub. And Cooler, thank you very much for drawing so much cool art for the stream. And now I have budget to pay Cooler. Well, a little bit more budget to pay Cooler for more art. With the tier 2. That's not the tier, that's the $10 sub. It's the tier 2 sub. Cheers. Seeker also needs real beer, but that's besides the point. Streamers got to sell out sometimes to help pay for the coffee that he bought yesterday. Actually, I'm just sitting here going like, I want to buy that record, but I'm not gonna do it. But I do want to buy that record. Play make believe. Is there any other dwarves I'd like to check in? Who's hanging out in chat? Who's hanging out in chat that I could check in on? Rhinestone is hanging out in chat. So you know what? Since you just gifted a sub, how's your dwarf been doing? Ryan the Second. She doesn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long. So nothing has changed. You literally have no friends. You have some long-term acquaintances. The most recent which one is dead. So yeah, you have no friends. Also, Ryan, I don't think I've ever told you this, but you worship the god of mountains, but you also worship the god of disease and death, which I think checks out. That's the big bucks tier, not the big bucks tier. The big bucks tier would be a tier 3. That's the big bucks tier. The big bucks tier. Big-ish? Big-ish. We'll go with that. Let's go big-ish bucks tier. Big-ish bucks tier. Sits too close to home. I mean, Dwarf Fortress always hits close to home. Who else? Who else should we check in on? I wish that Kush had
many
a dwarf,
people ask
then I'd
me,
check in on
Nikita,
that.
we will be the billion.
Let's check in on Quevenir, who feels euphoric due to inebriation. Excellent. That 11-year-old is doing well in life. We're just sitting around and being happy that you don't have to haunt all of us. Why? Because we have socks? The good old sock mayor is spoken once again. Dude, we had so many socks in the fort when you died, it wasn't even funny. I mean, it was pretty funny. But it wasn't even funny. The big bucks tier at least do this. Yes. Well, I give Cooler all of the sound commands as a bonus for drawing all of the arts and stuffs, but now he's actually been paid to do. And autumn has come. Stone, are you still lurking? Because it's autumn. I might need to screenshot stuff for Stone. So for those of you who don't know, Goats the mayor of the Sox was Goats for the win at one point. But then Goats was in this fortress, and Goats became the mayor, and Goats was the most demanding mayor I've ever had in Longdeath, who just sat there and screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed about making socks, and we made him a lot of socks, and we survived, and then he died, and there was great rejoicing, and we sold the piles and piles of used laundry that he demanded that we made. Yeah, we demanded I made socks constantly, and also we weren't allowed to sell any of the socks. It was like the biggest sale we've ever had when he died. Also, that dwarf had hundreds and hundreds of owned items that were all socks. Holy crap, this human is running fast. This human is outrunning that horse. That poor human crossbowman is just trying to keep up. He's like, slow down, man. You're running with that barrel. Why did you turn around and run there? Yeah, I think I need to screenshot this. So what year is it? It is autumn 237, Brander, meaning we are 232 years into Longdeath. 1 cherrywood barrel, 25 beetroot wine, 5 yak cheese, and I think Stone is AFK, meaning I will simply screenshot this for him for the group of soaring, and then the biggin one will be next.
Cheese for everyone!
Hi, Narvicious. Hope you're well. Next is the humans with the horse. You can't wait to get that in the YouTubes. His bedroom, like, because these are bits of clothing, right? Just lying on the ground. His bedroom just had clothing all the way out the front door. Like, it didn't fit. It was just all the way out. It's pretty great. Okay. You know that beets are a root, right? That's just a beet. So beetroot, you'd like to try that? You know that beets are a root of the plant. You uproot a beet, cut the plant part off the top. You can't eat the beet leaves if you cook them, but like then you hack up the root, and that's the beet. Oh, you mean beetroot wine? Oh, okay. Nice save. Council of Men. This is gonna be big, and I gotta screenshot lots of things. Well, it's like there was one time when I had to explain to somebody that a potato was a root. 20 raspberry seeds. Holy shit, that's a lot of animals. A raven, a boar, and a donkey. That horse was carrying all of that. It's a strong as hell horse. Ryan, what are you sending me? Go nuts, Ryan. That's all I gotta say is go nuts. If you're selling a thing, especially, you know, you might need to ship it, though. Yeah, at that point. But have you been summoned? You heard Socks a few minutes ago. Well, Goat's the mayor of Socks is here, and Socks smell, says Socks. Socks, you mentioned that you were having issues with lag on the Minecraft server. Well, I have good news. There's no more lag. Or there shouldn't be. Was that horsey carrying a donkey? Yes, that horsey was carrying a donkey. That horsey should be happy it wasn't carrying an elephant. There's a very good Reddit post from the other day, and I will link it, or just show it, actually. There was a very good Reddit post the other day of a typical elven caravan. Now, there is some actual inaccuracies in this drawing, because in reality, the cage would be grown and the barrels would be grown. But, you know, I'm just going to say that this drawing was either drawn by some very elfy dwarves or some very dwarfy elves. That, or it was simply drawn by an uneducated dwarf who just doesn't know any better. But great drawing all the same. Have a look at this. This is a typical elven caravan. that poor fucking donkey. I mean, like, that poor fucking donkey. That poor fucking I love the eyeball there. Like that's just it's so good. That the eyeball of the elephant really sells it. It's just like, oh god. It's just it really sells it. Typical elven caravan. We are all socks, but unpaired, as socks should be. Yes. Did you guys know that I sell socks? You can buy blind IRL socks. I actually, what even is the fucking command? Merch? Question mark? Yeah, there you go. I have become humble sock seller. You can buy socks from me. H2O's giving birth to a girl. No, there was no new babies yesterday. Does anybody want to be brand new baby girl? We need new baby girl. Anybody want to be brand new baby girl in Longdeath? Preferably someone who's never had a baby in Longdeath before. Preferably. Seeker, done. Bah! Are your first words. You're the daughter of H2O and nobody important. Your dad is nobody important. So now you can actually tell people when they ask you how your dad is, Seeker, that he's nobody important. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her broad ears are fused lobe, and she has a very broad chin. Her hair is clean shaven. Her sunken cobalt eyes have large irises, and her ichorous skin has sandy taupe. I like that she has large irises because, like, you're an anime. You're a very chibi dwarf. She personally respects perseverance in the face of adversity and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Respects the development of a skill, such as speaking, because she's a baby, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and values cunning. So she likes stealing cookies out of the cookie jar and doesn't like it when she's told to do things, and cries when she's forced to eat spaghetti because she's a baby. She dreams of raising a family and likes playing with dolls because she's a baby. She is very slow to anger, so she doesn't cry easily. And she is very trusting and does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings because she's a fucking baby. She's a friendly individual, happy baby. And she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful because she's a baby. She does not go out of her way to help others because she's a baby. And she's not particularly interested in what others think of her because she doesn't really have, a sense of self because she's a baby. And she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals because she's a baby. And she can handle stress. Really? That's impressive for a baby. And she is quite polite, so she doesn't cry a lot as a baby. And she does not often feel lustful. Well, duh, she's a baby. And she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Well, I mean, she's a quick learner as a baby, and like any good baby, she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Beer the baby. Bad joke, but a joke. Can I kill him for that? Yes, you can. You have my permission to kill him for that. Because you're a baby, Seeker. Beer the baby. It's a baby. Take a shot every time I say baby, and then you too will be dead, like Seeker, because Tygo killed him. I don't know about that. Socks? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Which means that Tyga wants to kill all of us? I mean... You know. You know. My tongue is numb. This is not good. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar again. BRB. Can I just say that I'm saying a viewer quote for anybody watching on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube. Goats, the mayor of Sock, says, "That is it. I am revoking your Sock's license as an elder Sock man." And then Sock's Mel says, "The elder Sock has spoken. What? Has spoken. I am now just Mel." Good luck getting Mel on Twitch. But quote that motherfucker. Yep. That was when chat was insisting on only quoting awkward innuendo. So I said, "Quote that motherfucker." I said something dirty and then screamed, "Quote that motherfucker," and then chat quoted that motherfucker. Because chat is very, very, very classy. Looks like we're getting lots of doctoring demonstrations. So today I want to work on the on this a little bit. So we're gonna need to do some digging. You only smoke when you're drunk. Okay, good to know. Buy a 20-pack when. I would actually say that I've only ever smoked cigarettes drunk, and I will also say that I absolutely despise smoking. Makes me feel like crud. I don't even really like smoking joints, to be totally fair. Through water or vapes, please. Cooler's having another tantrum. Gavish says, "I am your liaison from the mountain homes because the dwarves are here to trade. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to your world maps, and I shall request all of the wood and then press escape. Press A to go next. Press escape again. A to go next. A to go next. Press escape again. I hit escape too fast. Apparently I hit it twice somehow. And then Kavish says, Simplex, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. As Therese sits here and ponders bodily fluids while Cooler throws a tantrum in the doorway. Hasn't committed any crimes yet, though. Chat is very, very, very classy. Blind IRL 2021? Sure. Chat is very, very, very classy. See Seeker's statement above to just prove how classy chat is. You know, although I will be honest, chat, I am impressed. You guys are a bunch of nitwits around here, but you guys have been behaving yourselves on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, so you know what? You guys get some respect for that. Cooler punched Defcom, which is not ideal. And has 2 counts of disorderly conduct added to that very long growing list of crimes that Cooler has committed. I'll have you know, chat, that the only crime Cooler has actually committed is claiming that tea is better than coffee. So it's okay, we can forgive him. Are you just quoting everything I say now? I'm waiting for that to show up as a quote in my chat. There you go, that's a double quote. I think that's the most quotes I've added in one stream just ever. There you go. Quote 332. 10 minutes later, I hate you, chat. Quote, I hate you, chat. And looks like Cooler, instead of getting the shit kicked out of him, is actually just getting put in prison. How long are you going to prison for? 29 days. So the last time Cooler was in prison for 29 days, she immediately felt repentant and got rid of all of her stress almost immediately. And I'm really hoping that that happens this time. So, chat, Rhinestone has a statement in Music talk. If anybody's in the market for a record player. You know, sometimes I think it's funny to make jokes out of things that people say in chat. That one, I don't even know where to start. Sucks. I don't. She feels repentant after she is being confined, which in my opinion is one of the best thoughts they can get after being confined. Fortunately, this dwarf is very weak, so doesn't really do much damage when she gets mad, but... Critty, you really need to speak with your wife, because... Cooler's just constantly having panic attacks. And luckily, though, Cooler having panic attacks and causing injuries for people has inspired Darren, the Squoid, to give a very, 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 very comprehensive suturing demonstration. Ironically, while actively doing surgery on Defcom's foot. I don't believe I've ever noticed this before. But did you know that doctors will actually give demonstrations while they are doing surgery on a dwarf? Did a stitches demonstration and is now bringing the dwarf a crutch. That is actually really fucking cool. Like, half of the fortress was just in there watching while Defcam was getting stitches on their foot. I also remember that quote. That's a quote. Yeah. That is indeed a quote. I also remember that quote. Hey, at least we're pulling quotes out of things that I actually say and not the closed captions, because, like, God, you'd get some glorious quotes from closed captions. Is that a shaking rat that someone is strangling emote under my go live post on Discord? I mean, if so, I mean, it's on topic, so I can't judge, but just looks funny. Yes, the hospital needs to be a guild hall. So the hospital is, because you can set, you can, like, overlap zones. So on the hospital spot, I have a meeting zone set, so it's a meeting area, but it's also a hospital. So you can hit M to just set a meeting area. So it's the Healing Doctrine, which is my guild, and then after I set it as a doctoring, just generic, like, healthcare guild, it's also a it's also got an H zone on it. The problem that I've noticed with having it set with having your hospital also set as a guild is sometimes the doctor will recover wounded, carry the patient into the hospital, put the patient on a bed, and then just immediately go off and socialize instead of diagnosing them, if they prefer to socialize, which is great until you know, the dwarf bleeds out. So that's the one problem with doing that, and I have seen that happen once in this fort and a couple of times in other forts. But, you know, sounds like real life. I mean, sure. So, yeah, get an antisocial doctor. Yeah, if there is social butterfly dwarf, they will be a bad doctor if the doctoring area is also a socializing area. I also remember that quote. Ah, yes, time to parallel park a spaceship indeed. Feels repentant after being confined. Feels pleasure near a waterfall and feels pleasure near a wonderful restraint. Feels pleasure near a wonderful cabinet and feels pleasure near a splendid cabinet. Feels pleasure near a fine wonderful cabinet. Fine, wonderful cabinet. It's actually a wonderful container, but fine, wonderful cabinet sounds funnier. Because there's several cabinets and several containers and several things in there. Hopefully that helps Cooler. Hopefully she stops tantruming. She's lost all of her teeth, or at least all of her lower teeth, from all of the beatings. I don't know. Probably not. I've quoted enough things in the last 10 minutes. I mean, I was more making a joke about the quotes list. So, I used to let mods just add quotes, but turns out mods just like adding quotes when streamers swears in a funny way. So. Yeah, I mean, that's not really a quote. That's just something that I say. Quotes are more like one-off funny thing that makes everybody roll over in their graves because they're so mad that I said it. It's practically a catchphrase at that point. Exactly. Although the old stream catchphrase, which probably nobody here actually remembers, doesn't really make the most appearances anymore. This channel used to kind of have a catchphrase. Kinda. Kinda. All right. That'll do. Did I screw this up? Am I one tile over? I think I'm one tile over. Yeah, I'm definitely one tile over. So I don't really want to channel out the maze just yet. Yeah, I built that wall in the wrong place. I guess. There we go. Because screw those two. We'll work on the actual maze layer later. Let's work on this one for right now. From episode 11 of Longdeath. Do you actually expect me to remember what I said 2 episodes ago, let alone episode 11 specifically? Like, it's really cool that you think that I have memory that's that good, but man, you're giving me too much credit here. Like, I can't remember what I said 15 minutes ago, let alone what I said in episode 11. That was like 9 months ago. I said that. I remember the basic flow of events in Longdeath, but I have absolutely no idea what I did in episode 11 of Longdeath. You know, it's funny because people have asked me, like, information on, like, that specific. It's like, in episode 32 of Longdeath, you were talking about this thing. And I'm like, well, I mean, I guess I could go back and watch episode 32, but how about you just, like, give me the timestamp? And they're like, what? You don't remember? I'm like, just give me the fucking timestamp and I'll tell you what I was talking about. That was the pus episode? Okay. No, there isn't any quotes about pus. I wouldn't quote anything about pus. I talk about pus a lot in DF. Uh-oh. That's fun. I get to shut off the waterfall for a bit. Shut off the lever. The dwarves don't have too much problem with water. Pull the lever. There you are. The mayor's gonna go pull the lever. Oh, I also need to trade. Should probably do that. I'm a little bit distracted today. The year of our Lord 2011. What was I doing in 2011? I think in 2011 I was just like... There we go. Pumps off. What the fuck was I doing in 2011? I have no idea what I was doing in 2011. Like, I realize you're just like joking, but I have no idea what I was doing in 2011. All right, we need to wait for a bit for this to drain. So that dwarves don't drown when they're trying to dig this out. Because as it sits right now, dwarves will drown. So we're going to just let this sit for a bit and let it drain out. Actually kind of amazed that this doesn't make it all the way to the end over here. I thought it did. Oh, there still is water there. There's just stuff growing through it. That's kind of neat, actually. A whole year lost to the sands of time? You make it sound so dark. It's pretty normal for people to not remember things. Pretty normal. I mean, I remember events from 2011, but like... most of that year is just like... oh yeah, I mean, it was pretty similar to the year before and the year before that, which was I was still living at home. Never had to go through that, thankfully. Secret. Full of holes. My memory is pretty good for portions of my life, but there's like huge chunks of time that are just gone. Mostly due to depression and like I don't remember anything that happened in 2019. Like that's not true. I do remember things that happened in 2019, but the majority of 2019 is a blur. It's like there's large parts of my life where it's like my memories are super fucking clear. Like 2011, I remember plenty of what happened in 2011, but it's like nothing really interesting or worth talking about because it was like, oh, okay, I was living at home and doing odd jobs. Like that was back when I was still like doing on and off work for kayaking peoples. So like, I don't know. It's just, there's kind of a point where my memory just gets super foggy, and it's around the time I started developing type 1 symptoms, and since then my memory's just been absolute shit. It really sucks, but it is what it is. I try to not worry too much about my memory because it is something that really genuinely upsets me, because it's like my memory used to be so fucking good. There we go. They should be fine. Although maybe... be safe, dwarves. Don't drown, please. You know what? Yeah, let's just cancel all this for right now. Just get all the dwarves out of there. Just get all of the dwarves out of there. I don't really want anybody to drown. It's gonna get more full before it empties out. Are you trapped? You are trapped, Clay. A singular flying squirrel. You should eat it. That is what you should do with it. You should eat it. There you go. You got off. It's fine. No need to worry. I just didn't really want anybody to drown in there. It's just not worth losing dwarves for that. Get a bridge and launch it for testing purposes? What, the flying squirrel? Flying squirrels aren't as OP as you think they are. They're just the same as any other bird. Read it, bad poetry. You can put it in a cage and put it in your tavern and stare at it. Someone actually tried to do that once, Goats, and, or someone in my chat tried to do that once. And they launched a dwarf at the side of the map so fast that they collided with themselves, which I think is incredible. The combat dialogue was literally just like, they collide with their name. Like, it was like, Dwarf Miner collides with Dwarf Miner. Learning a lot of things about the edges of the box that the Dwarven fortresses live in. We were trying to get a dwarf into orbit, was what he was trying to do. It didn't work. I'll put it that way. It really did not work. Just gonna let that water drain for a bit so that we can dig through it. God, I really hate it when my body just doesn't work. Makes everything in my job so much harder. It's like thinking is hard right now. It's a common issue for space programs led by dwarves. Sadly, there is no known solution. What, the fact that there's a force field covering? You know, it's like every single dwarven fortress is kind of like that series, The Dome. It's kind of like that series where it's just like, oh, there's just like a weird dome covering the town now. I guess we live here now. This is our life. And it's now or never. 'Cause I ain't gonna live forever. Like that kind of shit. I have records, supposedly, that are ready for pickup. Why don't they just deliver it like they did every other time? They'll probably send me information on how to actually go get it. I don't really know how to respond to that, Seeker. They can't be. Tygo, that's what I was talking about. They can't be launched off the map. They slam into the edge of the map and die. Like, they die on impact. It's like getting... It's like when you get smushed by a drawbridge. Well, he's not nobody if you talk about him. That's the thing. Dare I say that nobody is a silver Warhammer minecart. Not even a silver Warhammer minecart shotgun can break the force field. We have tried. We lost so many good dwarves. You're getting so... I was going to say, like, you're getting so, like, in depth with this, my shitty blood sugar brain can't comprehend. Make him sound like an international spy. Yeah, that's kind of what it reads like. Like, it's like, what are you, did he just, like, get activated and defect or something? Like, what? That's kind of how it reads. Socks is kind of right there. Fortress attracted no migrants. All right, well, nothing's changed. How's Cooler doing? There you go. Cooler's significantly less depressed. See, you went from red depression down to yellow depression. Let's see if we can get you to, no depression by the time you get let out. As long as, you know, if we just put Cooler into prison once a month, he would be a perfectly fine dwarf. Definitely a spy? Probably. Seems kind of suspect. That's pretty much James Bond. Man, if your dad was James Bond, your life would be really, really fucking annoying. Just constantly, like, running off with some other random lady from some other random country. I haven't seen a James Bond in a movie in a really long time. Are those new ones even worth watching? Then you should go do that. You should get out of my chat and go do the exam. The one thing I can tell you is that the spear dwarf stabs the great horned owl in the head with his steel spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. That's all I have to say. I haven't... What's the last James Bond movie I watched? I rewatched You Only Live Once, or You Only Live Twice. A long time ago. King wants 2 more ballista arrows. I know I've seen one of the ones with the most recent James Bond actor, but I can't remember the name of it. I just remember the opening sequence in my head. I don't know. I've never really been much of a James Bond person. Like, of course I know the quotes like everybody, but it's like, I like Sean Connery, but outside of that, like, every other era of James Bond is like, it's just another generic white dude. The movie. Daniel Craig, that's his name, yeah. It's like, look, it's another generic Daniel Craig movie. Let's see how this dwarf does. This dwarf's just angry all the time. The bright side seems to be very weak, though, so not a huge deal. Assuming they don't go stabbing people to death, we're okay. Figurines be made, okay. You cannot sell querns. Well, one thing I can tell you for fact is bullshit is that querns was intended to be your economy. I don't know anybody who does that. So I'm pretty sure you're okay in that regard. Also, H2O, I don't know if you were here for it, but you and your hubby, nobody important, had a baby. So you now have Seeker, your only daughter. So congrats. It's nice to actually have a new kid in the fort today, because, you know, back up to 32 dwarves in Longdeath, which is nice. Man. Sorry, talking is difficult. I'm just, like, still waiting for my blood sugar to sort itself out. It's like, I went low an hour ago and I still feel like shit. Could have a lot more kids if you bred goats. But I do have goat kids. See all those little G's? Billy goat. Nanny goat, Billy goat. Nanny goat, Billy goat. Nanny goat, Billy goat. Nanny goat, Billy goat. There you go. I think I'm supposed to be offended. I mean, here's the thing, right? Just don't be mad. And everybody will benefit. How are we doing down here? 5 of 7? Yeah, this is going to take a while to drain. This is going to take a while to drain. Then I can go down here and mine out all of this galena. I think that we should do that, yeah. Let's not use the waterfall for a bit and mine out all of the extra silver ore. Get that industry back up and running. Make some more lead statues. It's been a while since we've done any of that. What do you guys think? It's been a while since we've made lead statues. So we're just going to let this drain for a bit. And we're going to mine out all of these galena veins back here. And get a bit more of that up and running before we seal her back off. Maybe get all of those hidden boulders out of the right side over there. And you've wasted a lot of time already? I wouldn't necessarily be being mad. Being mad gets stuff done. Being mad gets you efficient. Being mad is a lot of energy, and you can use that energy to do positive things. So I would actually say that being mad can be a very powerful tool if used correctly. It's just a matter of using them correctly. If that makes any sense. You clean best when you're angry? I clean best when I need to keep my mind off of things. Like when I need to focus on something different that is not what my brain is focusing on, I go clean. Because if my brain is like fixated on something and upsetting me, and I just spin around and go do the other thing, that's much more efficient. So, just don't let your children lick statues. What do you think this is? Italy? Come on. Come on. Come on. Unless you're talking about the goat kids. In that case, it's pretty hard to stop them from licking statues. Child does as it pleases. I'm pretty sure they don't lick statues. Unless they try to eat the statue. Whew. No, Italy, in certain places in Italy, it's quite common to kiss statues. Which was actually blamed as one of the major reasons why COVID-19 spread so quickly there initially. True fact. So yeah, that's why I was saying. What do you think this? What do you think this is? Italy or something? Because there was like I remember very early on, in the pandemic when Italy looked like fucking Mega City 1 and all of the streets were abandoned and it was like a nightmare apocalypse town. I'm already out of coffee. How fast have I been drinking my coffee? Way too fast apparently. And everything over there just looked like a nightmare apocalypse town. That was when there was a big old news announcement around that point that literally stated, "Do not kiss the statues." It's like the most important thing that you have to remember to everybody. I know it's difficult for everybody to remember, but do not, as badly as you may want to, do not kiss the statues. Let's see if I can find the article. Although I just found this link, which I will not click because it's part of a top 10s website, but top 10 statues that people like to touch inappropriately, which I kind of... I kind of want to look at that. Yeah, here, March 4th, 2020. Yeah, they mention it in this article. Yeah, I'm digging through like BBC archives right now to find the article that I was thinking of. But yeah, no, there was a mandate in Italy stating that you're not allowed to kiss the statues, and I remember that day because there was somebody in my chat who was yelling about it because he lives in Italy, and was talking about how wild it is that people are still kissing statues. It's like there's literally somebody kissing a statue outside of my house right now. It's like, what? The world is weird. That's all I have to say. The world is weird, and people are weird. Speaking of kissing statues, how are your dwarf statues coming along, Diamond? So right now we are waiting for the drain at the bottom to drain out. Once it's done draining the drain down here, we're going to come down here. We're going to mine out all of this rough galena ore. We're going to gather that up and start working on that again. Statue might be made out of candy. Oh, is that why you licked the statue? I mean, you got to check, right? If there are no statues, people can't kiss them. So what you're saying is the logic is to simply destroy all of the statues? 'Cause I'm not going to totally say that I agree with the logic of that statement, but I see the logic in the statement. I don't know what's funnier to me, personally, because I find them both very funny. People kissing statues to spread pandemic, or people sanitizing statues because people kiss statues during a pandemic. And I've seen pictures of both. Are sleeping people just flesh statues? That's not a logical question, Socks. Sleeping people are sleeping people. People are never statues until they're dead and made into statues, or alive and have a statue made of them. Statue is an inanimate object, people is people. Please don't ask me questions like that, Socks, when my blood sugar was low an hour ago and I'm not thinking straight. Because currently I'm not thinking straight, so I think I'm misreading things when I see that. The Outpost Liaison has shared a rumor from abroad, probably very uninteresting, and the game is saving. Meaning we are probably in winter now? Question mark? I argue science. Basilisks don't exist. And I know you're going to turn around and say, I argue hollow earth theory. Basilisks live in the center of the earth. I will argue, you're dumb. Moving on. Your opinion is wrong and you are dumb. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. Of course, dumb spelled D-U-M. I'm just dropping truth bombs today. Fact. Winter is upon us in Longdeath while we wait for the drains to drain. Jules Verne would disagree. Jules Verne is dead. So... He would if he was alive. Yeah, well... Jules Verne wrote fiction. Stories. You were leaning closer to all multiverse? Okay, well, see, multiverse is something that I would, like, lean towards maybe believing potentially if it could be proven. Hollow Earth theory, well, is, Hollow Earth theory. It's almost as dumb as Flat Earth theory, but slightly less funny. So, you know. The dwarves are dancing. We have no active orders, and the king still wants more ballista arrows. This is a needy king right now. Very needy king. That is quite the gate, Diamond. Quite the gate. I like it. That being said, I do recommend you watch the Beyond the Curve movie on Netflix because they disprove themselves multiple times throughout that movie, and I find it very funny. And thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Because, you know, I know everybody says don't look at stats when you're a streamer and yada yada, and I will literally never listen to them because I'm dumb. But thank you to those of you who watched this stream, because I wouldn't be here and able to do this for a living if you didn't tune in and watch this stream. So thank you to those of you who hang out and watch and spend time in this channel. Because straight up, it wouldn't be here if you guys didn't watch it. So thank you to those of you who tune in, because it's been a pretty damn slow month in almost every regard. It's been slow for raids, it's been slow for views, it's been slow for I'm pretty sure I'm actually in the negatives for follows this month. So thanks for tuning in and watching, hanging out, spending time here with me and my dumb brain.
You should be paying us, in fact.
I should be paying you? I mean, probably. I mean, many people have paid for view bots, so isn't that kind of the same thing? Thanks for the $1. It's the first bit of the day. Thanks for the bit. Bits. All 100 of them. At 1 penny a piece, that equals $1 American dollar. Thank you much for the $1. Do I offer workers' comp? Let me talk to my lawyer. I need to speak with a business advisor and my lawyer. And have a nap, and I'll get back to you on that. I choose to believe in the greater sock earth theory. Please do tell, what exactly is sock earth theory? Is that the universe is inside of a sock, and we're being whipped around and about to hit a giant's head somewhere in some giant other world? It's sort of like the marble galaxy theory from Men in Black, but instead of marbles, it's like we're just in a giant sock. That's actually, like, I think my favorite part of Men in Black 1 is, like, in the very end when it just, like, the camera just zooms out and it's like, oh, we're in a marble. And a bunch of aliens are playing marbles with us. I love that scene. That scene's so good. But seriously, thanks for the $1, H2O. Those dollars add up. The universe was once a giant sock. You know, because of how space-time warps, if you're talking about like a metaphorical sock in space-time, you're not too far off, actually. Like, if this was like a metaphorical space-time sock, and like the sock was actually just like how space-time warps around gravity, to a degree, you may be talking about a wormhole. I watched a documentary on black holes once, and that's not too far off. FL bar, space is whack. Space is big, empty, and full of a lot of nothing. But I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I would not necessarily disagree. I've never attempted to understand them. So if you still don't understand them, that would imply that you've attempted to understand them, meaning you smarter than me. Where's Cutest Ghost? We need our friendly local quantum physicist in the chat. We need our friendly quantum physicist to explain to us what space means. Although I don't even think they could. Full of dark matter? Well, yeah, whatever the fuck dark matter is. I've seen a lot of Star Trek, and I've heard the terms dark matter mentioned many times. Do I know what it is? No. Does it matter? Dark. I tried. That pun fell flat. I need more coffee. Chad, should I take a 5-minute break to go make more coffee? Because I've drank through my entire day's worth of coffee in about a third of the normal amount of time. I don't know what bacon has to do with anything, but okay. But okay. You're not providing mathematical proof because me a dumb. Me am dumb. Me am dumb. I couldn't have said it better myself. Goats. Welcome back, Stone. There's paperwork for you. And we're in winter, so there will be more paperwork soon. Imagine if 1 + 1 = 3. Dark matter is the +3. Dark matter is missing +3. Makes no sense. You got it then. Nailed it. Sweet. Glad I am now intelligentized. Thanks for edumacating me, Axon. I fully understand everything you said. I like that I intentionally mispronounced understand, and captions got it as understand. I said understunt. There we go. That time, closed captions got it wrong as I intended. There's a dice there? The fuck do you put a dice? Yeah. Yawn. Huzzah, what's up? Space is beans. Beans is space. But here's the question. If space is beans, Huzzah, what kind of beans? Green beans? Black beans? Red beans? White beans? Ciabatta beans? What kind of beans? Well, there's lots of beans. And if space is beans, we need to know exactly what kind of beans space is. Brown beans, of course. I was thinking black beans because of how dark it is up there. Angry beans? Cold beans. Cool beans. Danger beans? Baked jelly beans. Good to know. So, chat, if you want to make space yourself, take jelly beans, put them onto a cooking sheet, and stick them in the oven for 72,000 hours, 647 minutes, 21 seconds. And I'm very, very angry. So, 2 weeks ago, I tuned into Sui's stream, and she said the word angy. Something about the Earth being angy in relation to global warming. Is this a new thing that the kids are saying? Where did the term angy come from? Somebody please explain. Because I heard the term angy for the first time like a week ago, and now suddenly everybody's saying angy. When did that one pop up? And can someone please explain? From baby? Baba-y? Is Baba you? I'm confused. That's been a thing for a while. It's my first time encountering it, so it's a new thing for me. Urban Dictionary. Please explain. Apparently it's a gene. A gene chromosome in 1q25 that includes a protein 1, which is highly expressed. I don't think that... I don't think... this is what you guys are referring to. Redirected from Angy. A-N-G capital Y. Angy, Urban Dictionary. There we go. The cuter, more little-like or childish version of saying angry. Started being used and searched for heavily in February 2020. Was added in December 26, 2019. You can buy an Angy mug. Thanks, Urban Dictionary. It's the cute way of saying angry. Although, this is still my favorite thing that I've learned from Urban Dictionary recently. Sarcasm. The ability to insult idiots without them realizing it. You know, man, I kind of want to make that a command. Exclamation point sarcasm. The ability to insult an idiot without them realizing it. You're referring to the genetic stuff? See, I know the term hangry, gate nerd, but hangy? What is that? You need a sandwich? You should get a sandwich. I won't need a sandwich for another hour. I need a brain and a body that functions, though. Dwarves, how's the Happy Fun Times doing? I really, really hope that Cooler is starting to sort their brain out. You were interested after watching performance. Free, remembering being released from for enjoyment while performing. Maybe we need to give you a new job. No, it's not sandwich time yet. We're going to give you a tavern keeper job. Go have tavern keeper. Actually, no, you felt enjoyment while performing. Okay, we're going to make you a performer. Not a performer for the Church of Vomit, but a performer for the... Actually, let's make you... What's the name of the church that I have up here? Because I always forget. The Remarkable Temple. Okay, we're going to make you a performer in the Remarkable Temple. The performer is going to be Cooler. Why can't I find Cooler? I cannot find Cooler. Can I not make you a performer in the Remarkable Temple? Maybe I can't. I hit the wrong button. Oh, there you are. Performer, Remarkable Temple. There you go. On the topic of sandwiches, this has nothing to do with sandwiches. I'm going to go check my blood sugar again and make sure I'm not dying, because I'm still not braining properly. Back in a moment. Blood sugar is coming up. Hallelujah. So next time I check my blood sugar will be in an hour when I do lunch. Read Traditional Conversations. That's a book. I don't remember that one. Who wrote that one? Cheers, Jamie. It's an older one. It's a good name for a book. I like it. King's not mad about the lack of stuff being made yet, which is good. And hell yeah. So it's not a news week this week, chat, but I think I might make another news video about the lava. Because Meph did respond to the Reddit thread on it with some feedback on the lava, basically stating that they are aware of it and that it's already been pitched, which I think is good. I know that a lot of people are talking about the wagon perspective, but I also have more top things to say about that as well. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to make another video about perspective probably on Friday, talking about that lava again and talking about you know, just those sorts of things, because Meph did did post a response, so I should probably make a follow-up video to that. So I will be doing another video on that, although it's going to be another week before we have news. I do have a feeling that the news posts from Kit Fox are going to be kind of a lot of the same. A lot of stuff that we've already seen, but like from different points of view for the next little bit. Because it is going to be a while before Tarn is finished moving. But there will be a proper news post on June the 3rd just because it's my birthday, and that's when we're going to be doing the big... that's when we're going to be doing the big charity fundraiser. Is there new emote modifications? There's a flower crown. How long have we had that? Flower crown and bubble tea? Oh, right. I've seen the bubble tea before. The bubble tea one's funny because with Crypt Blanket, it looks like it's poking his eye out. What's that? Do I have a bird floating around? I do. There's a cardinal floating around. I wonder if that's my tame cardinal. Or if that's just a cardinal. What other caged animals do I have? I have a raven. Wolverine, a wolverine. Let's place one of those wrens down. Let's see how the water is doing. Still very wet. Lots of water in here. Still waiting for that to drain. I could probably start mining it, but we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for it to all drain. Then we're gonna go back to that. Let's move the dwarves into solitary confinement, or not solitary confinement. Let's lock them all into one solitary confinement cell. And called the tavern, and just let them hang out in here until they get thirsty, and then we'll let them down into the basement again. Does anybody have any plans for the weekend? On my birthday, I think or rather, not next week, not this coming Friday, but the Friday after on the 4th, the day after my birthday. I'm gonna go buy myself a cupcake, and I'm going to eat a cupcake. That is my birthday celebrations. I don't know what else I'm gonna do. Probably not much. That day, as Belag said earlier, that is actually a day I will go to the coffee shop. I will go to the coffee shop and get myself coffee, and I will get myself a cupcake. And I will eat that cupcake. It'll fuck up my blood sugar, and I will feel like shit. But you know what? It'll be worth it. Maybe a beer. I don't know. I think, actually, it kind of depends on how well the charity fundraiser does. Maybe if we raise $1,500, I'll go get myself a beer. Because I haven't had a beer in a really long time. A 420 cupcake? No, just a normal cupcake with 420 on the side. I have more than enough decarbed weed to make enough edibles to kill a small army, but I'm not gonna do that. And the reason I don't generally make edibles is because I don't take 2 days off in a row, and edibles have a tendency to still very much make you feel high the next day, and I don't like streaming while I'm high. So I don't do edibles very frequently. And I'm not taking multiple days off. So I'm only taking the normal day off for the 4th. Actually, I might go down to the nursery and buy some more plants because I have more porch space now. Kind of want to get some. I kind of want to get a couple flowers. Ask my mom for advice on flowers that'll last a single season. That'll be nice to have. Abe is a little bit depressed. Oh, no, that's not the case. No, it's just Cooler. I was reading the wrong dwarf. Man, Cooler has so many stitches. Like, it's actually a little bit nuts, the amount of stitches that this dwarf has. Like, her third toe is broken. These are, okay, so this is Cooler's description now, right? Her third toe on her left foot is broken, and her third toe on her left foot is smashed open. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her nose is extremely narrow. Her extremely narrow ears are very short, and she has sandy taupe skin that is wrinkled. Her neck bears marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Her head bears a massive jagged scar. Her right lower leg bears a massive jagged scar. No, sorry. Her right lower leg bears a very short curving scar. Her left lower leg bears a very short straight scar, and her left foot bears a massive jagged scar. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her head is somewhat short. Her hair is gray and mixed with white, and her eyes are cobalt and are slightly close set, and her lower front teeth is gone. This dwarf is almost the bad guy from The Lion King. Almost. Almost. Very close. Way, 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 way close to just being the bad guy from The Lion King. Okay, we'll put them back into the normal celebrate zone because they're getting thirsty. So dwarves can go back up into the temples. So what you're saying is this dwarf has surpassed the bad guy from The Lion King? I need to rewatch the original Lion King. It's been a very, very, very long time. The problem is how the fuck do I do that now? Because all those movies are on Disney Plus. I need to figure that out without giving Disney money. I'm sure there's a way that I could, like, get that. Well, I'm sure I could rent it, actually. I would rather rent it and split that money across multiple places. It's been a long time. A long time. I'm kind of curious. I wonder how that Soul Ash Patreon is doing. I'm in talks with the developer of Soul Ash, by the way, to do some stuff for YouTube. So we'll get that done, Zos. By the way, for those of you who did watch the up to $72 CAD per month, that's good. I'm glad people are funding that Patreon. For those of you who don't know, the developer over at Soul Ash, the Soul Ash, I'm pretty. Yes, there you go. You feel pretty. The Soul Ash Kickstarter failed, so that developer has gone and started a Patreon. So there is a link there if you would like it. There is a link there if you would like it. You know who else is pretty, Corvius? Tommy is pretty. The problem with Tommy being pretty is the algorithm for, or whatever like emote algorithm that they're using to identify where a forehead is. His forehead is apparently just outside of the frame. So he's like underneath the flower crown and looking up at it like, ah. It's very funny looking to me. I wonder what Twitch is going to do for Pride Month this year. The Pride emotes were great last year, actually. Yeah, he's much more of a bubble tea guy than a flower crown guy. I mean, come on. I do actually wonder what Twitch is going to do for Pride Month this year. Because last year, Twitch did the, you know, X amount from each cheer and sub goes to Trevor Project, which was good. And they had pretty good emotes, too. I just hope the emotes are good, whatever they do. Because, you know, last year we got those Pride Bees. And those bees were pretty good. Like, who doesn't like those bees? Hope we get more bees. Aqua's favorite emotes. You know, tiny sunglasses on Tommy are probably best. Export of ballista arrows, and I cannot export crowns. Good to know. I should try and just, like, export all of the ballista arrows at some point. You're gonna get lightning and thunder? A good thunderstorm is always welcome. I like a good thunderstorm. Pride Float. Pride Float is pretty damn good. But yeah, I hope they do something good. I wonder if Twitch has actually announced something and I haven't noticed. Nope. They have not announced anything yet. Although last year they announced it on the 28th. So, and the year before they announced it on the 28th. I'm literally just like looking at what they did for the last 2 years. So I guess they'll probably announce something on the 28th. On the 28th of Limestone? Is that the March equivalent? I'll be totally honest, I have not memorized the days in DF. I guess we're in midwinter, so Opal was if Opal is midwinter, then that would be what, like January? Or no, cuz so Opal would be December then. I've never actually like thought about the months in DF very hard, I'll be completely honest. I probably should. I wonder if they've ever because I have a Keurig, right? Instrument called Keurig. We almost have an instrument called Wi-Fi. It's just missing one letter. I wonder if I could get an Internet of Things of instruments. I like these instruments though. The Keurigs, they're just like these giant drums. I've got a bunch of really fancy ones. These are all goblin instruments. Nakus is a goblin instrument. Uh-oh. This instrument's gonna fall apart pretty soon. It's been very heavily used. Although these clear glass and crystal glass Keurigs are doing very well. Yeah, it's March in the southern hemisphere, and I'm kind of like, we're in the south in this world because this would be kind of the, because like you know these small regions like this one are kind of just a portion of a larger world. So, although this whole glacier's been slowly getting more evil. So we have the feverish winter, which is part of this. Which is right behind my camera, actually, which is part of this glacier, has been slowly getting more evil. It's been something that I've been noticing. Like, these dots are getting bigger. Something I should keep an eye on. You just set a random DF month. Twas inevitable. What, that the glacier gets evil? Is this a floating base? It's a suspended base. It's not floating. We haven't learned how to mine clouds yet. One day Tarn will teach us. Yeah, it's suspended above the great mining pit that is Longdeath. Above the river, above everything. But we should let the dwarves out. Let them get back to work. Let them dye cloth and thread. We're also going to get more clothing done. I think I'm going to do a full clothing sell-off. At the very least of like leg wear and chest wear and head wear. Because I do those once every X number of years, every like 50 years or so, I sell all of the clothing that's just lying around, regardless of whether or not it's been used, because there's plenty that's just like sitting around that's been claimed by somebody that's not used, so we'll get rid of all that. Without bugs? What bugs? Just crashing? Because I will be completely honest with you, there's only one bug I've really run into consistently in this fortress after 232 years. And that is dwarves worship gods multiple times in their descriptions. But you will run into that if you have kids in any fort. He is the son. He is a faithful worshiper of the fuchsia, a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, an ardent worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, which, as far as I can tell, does absolutely nothing to damage the longevity of a fortress. Currently, we are the year 232 year fort, on our way to 1,000. But yes, we have surpassed 100 years a long time ago. But yeah, what bugs are you running into? I can maybe give you some pointers on how to avoid those. Like caravan issues breaking all trade? Is that a bug or is that a decision that you've made? Because like you could start a like what do you mean by caravan issues? Like please elaborate a little bit. Do you mean like you just stop getting traders? Because that's not a bug. Lots of things can stop you from getting traders. And there was long periods of time in this fortress where we got no traders. Like we went, it was like close to 20 something years without getting traders from the mountain home. There was a while there where the elves stopped trading. Wagons getting blown up? The fuck you doing to blow up wagons? These aren't bugs that you're talking about. These are interactions. Like what are you doing? Like them running into each other? That doesn't blow them up. If they are two warring factions that trade with you at the same time, they could start fighting. That's not an interaction bug. Like we trade with 4 different civs at the same time sometimes in this fortress, and we haven't run into that. Like I've had dwarves, humans, and elves all here trading at the same time, running into each other and going over top of each other even, and they don't blow up. So I do not know what you're doing that you are causing them to explode like that. Unless you've got like the only thing that I could think that would cause that to happen isn't a bug, and that is an intended interaction, which would be if you have 2 factions that are at war that are trying to trade with you at the same time. That's not a bug. That is your fault. You should do a better job dealing with the dragon. So when a wagon shows up, right, they are intending that you are there to protect them. And if something attacks you while you are there, that is an amazing interaction. That is not a bug. That is intended interactions in DF. So it's not correct to call that a bug. If a dragon shows up while they're trading with you and the dragon blows up the wagon, that's your fault. You should have stopped that dragon. That's your fault for not stopping the dragon. Considering a dragon can be stopped with a wooden cage, that's your fault. You should have like a drawbridge that you could raise up to protect the wagons. You should have a door. Because they called it a bug? That's not a bug. That's an intended interaction. That's like a 1 in a million thing that could happen. Like, I've had dragons show up. I've never had a dragon show up during a wagon. And in, I want to say like 5,000-6,000 hours of time playing DF, I've seen 2 dragons. 2. So, yeah, that's really rare. If you have a dragon show up while you're trading, that's extremely rare. So, congratulations, you got a really, really lucky event. That's very rare. That doesn't happen very often. What are they dumping? Let's unhide all these items, because I got something that's been set to be dumped, and I do not want them to be dumped. No, unhide. Not hide. Unhide. Capital H. You too. Oh, and they're all set to be dumped. Let's undump them. Dragons are really rare, unless you're like going into your world settings and cranking up the spawn rates of mega beasts, which you could do. But by default settings, dragons are very, very, very rare. What's that? Is that pus? That's pus. Found more pus. Dragons are that rare. You are. Unless you are cranking up the spawn rate, which I don't. Let's get a bus for the pus. Ew, gross. Do you get loot or special items? Dragons no, but other titans and mega beasts can bring items. Bronze colossi will hoard items, and they can bring like I've I've seen a couple dozen Bronze Colossus, and most of them have brought artifacts and rare items, which are super cool. Dragons will burn down drawbridges and set your base on fire, burn all your stuff, cause your alcohol to explode. Dragons are a good amount of fun. I like dragons, right? Running into a dragon is always a good time. It's always a good barbecue. But fortunately, dragons can also be caught very handedly in any cage. So if you have a cage trap set up, you can easily catch them. And fortunately, dragons are tameable. So if you have a dragon and you have them in a cage or on a chain, you can set your dwarves to train them. Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting a sub out to Runner Rain. Runner Rain, congrats. You now have a sub on your main. How do you feel? You ain't dodging that one. Welcome to the sub club. Can I get a big round of beers, which you're already doing, chat? With a brand new subscriber. Thank you very much, Spitalier. I've missed you. It's good to have you back. Also, investments are open, chat room, if you want to invest your tickets. So we are currently bringing up all of these. So ages ago, I locked this area up and just hid and forbid all of the boulders and just didn't worry about it. So we are now bringing all of those boulders out. And then once this drains out a little bit more, we are going to... well, it's almost finished draining, but we are going to mine out all of this. So this is the drain from my waterfall, which I currently have disabled. So it is draining off the sides of the map right now. We're just going to let it finish drying up, and then we will get all these boulders out of here. But if you want to keep forts alive for really long periods of time in Dwarf Fortress, there's 3 tricks that I can just state pretty bluntly. The first one is crank down your population. Keep your population below 100 because you're less likely to run into pathing issues if you have a lower population. This dwarf is very injured or carrying something really heavy. Why are you so slow? Maybe you're just distracted because now you're running just fine. Weird. Anyway, just keep your dwarven population down and don't use DF Hack and don't use Dwarf Therapist because DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist can cause crashes. And especially if you're using visual tools such as text will be text. Text will be text can cause a lot of weird crashes. Especially like when saving and loading the game. Sit at the edge of the map and only get wrecked by werebeasts. Do you have a tavern or any meeting zones? Because they will sit at the edge of the map if you don't have a tavern. If you have a tavern that is set to not be public, or temples that are set to not be public, they will only sit at the edge of the map. So you need to set up a meeting zone for them to come and hang out in, which is either a tavern. Yeah, I'm using my noise. Nailed it. Meeting zones, yes. Tavern, no. Okay, set up a meeting zone. So if you hit L, you'll get the locations menu, which is listed on the under L over here in this menu. But yeah, hit L, lowercase L for the locations screen. If you have a tavern that is set to all visitors welcome, they will go to your tavern. If you have a guild that is set to all visitors welcome, by default they are not. You have to hit R to change that. This is the default, only members can visit. If you set a guild to all visitors welcome, they will go there. A lot of people disable visitors on taverns by hitting R so that they don't get, you know, your bards and your various random visitors that show up. This world's population is pretty small, so we don't really get those. Library they will visit if you have it set to all visitors welcome. Guild halls they'll visit, as I mentioned earlier. And temples, if you have an all visitors welcome temple set up, they will visit there. If you don't, they will either hang out by your wagon. If you have a wagon, which is their default, they will go to your wagon, wherever your wagon is. Or they will just hang out at the edge of the map and, as you said, get killed by werebeasts. So you have to have an area set up for visitors to hang out in order for them to actually go there. Word of advice, when you start a brand new fortress, right? Dig out your first entry hole, make a zone that's like 5 by 5, don't put anything in it, make it a tavern. Just make it a tavern. Right next to that zone, like, doesn't matter how big it is. It could be a 1x1 zone if you want it to be. It could be really big if you want it to be. Set it up as a generic temple for them to worship anything. Don't put any furniture in either of them. It doesn't fucking matter. And they will go hang out there, pray, dance and sing and socialize, and dance and sing in the temple and socialize. And it'll give them a spot for them to hang out and meet up. That is like the first thing that you do when you start a new fort. It will help your dwarves significantly with stress. It'll help your dwarves make friends and get into couples, and it'll help your dwarves just chill. You do not need to put furniture into it. It doesn't matter if they can dance in the temple or not. It does matter if they can dance in the tavern. So give them a big enough tavern so that they can dance. Don't worry about the temple. Because, like, they almost never dance in the temple anyway, unless they all happen to be part of the same religion, which is kind of rare. So don't worry about making and if they're all part of the same religion anyway, they will demand a specific type of temple, so don't worry about that. So unless you're making a specific type of temple for demands, don't worry about it. Just make a zone. It can be like a 1x1 zone and they will just go socialize there. But yeah, that if they're public, then that will stop them from getting stuck. Okay, if I knock out this area, that'll fix the pathing problem. Yeah, no public space means the public can't do anything. Exactly. So yeah, that is why your outpost liaison will hang out at the edge of the map. How do I handle the first year? Okay, let's pretend that this right here is above ground. Let's pretend that this is an above ground area and I'm digging into a hole on the side, right? First year, assuming there is no aquifer, I will dig out an area about that big. I'll make it less square so that it looks nicer. It'll be about that big, right? Then once that area, or while they're digging out that area, I will hit I and make a zone. I will go to this area, and I will make a zone that's about yay big. And I will, well, rather, let's pretend that this area right here is in there once they've dug that out. I will make a zone that's about yay big, right? Hit M. I will hit M on that, and the zone key is the I key. I will hit M to make into a meeting area, hit L, A to add a new area because it'll be blank initially, and then hit I, make that into your in. Right next to that, I will make another one. It doesn't matter what they name the in. Make another one about this big. Once again, hitting the I key to make a new zone. Hit M, L, T, A, T, rather, to make a temple. Press Enter for no specific deity. They will make a temple. That's the first two things I do. Then I hit B, D, and then make a trade depot. Make sure a dwarf has either carpentry, if I'm making it out of wood, or masonry, and then give that carpenter or mason architecture so that they can make it. And it doesn't matter what material. And then I do that. That is like the first thing I do when I make a new fort, like within minutes of starting. And then I will deconstruct the wagon. That's basically what I do right off the bat. And then usually if I'm in a harsher biome, I will automatically make a forge so that nothing shows up and steals my fucking anvil. Because fuck that. No one wants to lose an anvil. That's basically what I do right at the start. Like literally the first thing I do. And then after that, I will make 1 to 4 beds and then just hit Q on them and make it into a, well, I mean, I could just go up here and show you. I will just hit Q on the bed. Let's find one that has nobody claimed it. That nobody's claimed. I need one that's nobody's claimed to properly show. But no, I do those two before I make beds. I will just make it into a dormitory by hitting Q, setting it to a room, and then hitting D to make it into a dorm. I guess I could do it over here. R, enter, D, dormitory. That's how you make bedroom. That's like the very first things I do right when I start a brand new fort. They don't need bedrooms for like the first year. They don't care initially. It'll take them a little bit. I don't know if there's like some sort of behind the scenes stress modifier that makes them want bedrooms after a bit, but they care a lot more about socializing and making friends than they do for bedrooms. Just not how to manage the limited time before the first caravan. You're talking about Dwarf Fortress like it's a game that you need to min-max. You don't need to min-max. You're going about it, like, not wrong, but with a mindset that will make you run into issues, right? There is plenty of time. You need 3 materials and a trade caravan before the first caravan. That is it. If you want to have something to sell, hack down a bunch of trees if you have trees and tell them to make spiky balls out of wood. Wooden spiky balls. If you don't have trees, mine up some rock and make them make rock crafts if you want to have something to trade. Or just don't trade with the first caravan. That's also a perfectly valid option. Like, there's been many times where I've settled right like at the end of summer because it's my 3rd or 4th fortress in the world, and they arrive the literal second we start. Doesn't matter. We're in springtime now, so the annual tribute from Basti just has arrived. And I need a ballista arrow. Did anybody die? I don't think so. Don't think so. Where is the tribute? What? I don't see them, but they're here somewhere. Oh, there they are. Don't you stop getting migrants? Yeah, whatever. Who told you that? Whoever told you that is wrong. If you don't trade with like 4 or 5 caravans in a row, they'll get mad at you and you'll stop getting migrants. But whatever gave you that? Your early military is strong enough to fight off the first werebeast. Why do you need to fight it? Lock the door. You don't need to fight the first werebeast. You don't need to fight any werebeast, actually. You just need to make sure that you know that there's a werebeast there. So you don't actually need to fight any werebeast. You literally just need to stop them from getting into your fortress. You need to distract them. If you fight them, it's very likely that your military will get bit if they don't have armor, which is very common for early military, or untrained military will get bit. You do not need to fight the first were creature at all, actually. What you need to do is you need to lock the door. So if a were creature shows up, right? Like, I don't have one here right now. If a were creature shows up right away, one thing that you can do is make a burrow in your tavern, right? So if you have a tavern with a door, make a burrow in your tavern, right? By hitting W and then add a burrow and designating a burrow. Let's just say this area, right? And then you turn on the burrow by hitting M, and you might know this, but somebody else might not. You hit M to go to the military screen, hit A, and then burrow 7. So once again, or for me, it's called burrow 7. I got a bunch of extra burrows, but for once again, you hit W to pop up the burrow screen, and then A to add a new burrow, set it to an indoor area, right? And then if you make a mistake, you can very easily delete it by just selecting it and hitting D using plus minus on the numpads. So let's delete it, right? Now, what you need to do if there's a were creature is, let's just say this is the entrance to my fortress, right? If I have doors here, and most of my dwarves are on this side, I literally just select the door and hit L to forbid passage, and that were creature ain't coming in. It's not getting through that door. It's very easy to do that. It's literally just lock the door. They can't come in. You don't need to fight the were creature. Something that I will do early on, if there is a were creature, is you can pasture your animals outside. You'll start with 2 animals. Make sure that they're pastured outside, or pasture a couple cats outside, or chain up a dog outside. In fact, ironically, for this fortress, because this was the original entrance for this fortress, there's still a chain here. The reason there's a chain here is because I had a dog chained up there to make sure that if a were creature showed up, we'd see it. Were creatures can't knock down doors. Just lock the doors. That's all you gotta do. chain up a guard dog, pasture your animals outside, lock the door. I almost never have a military for the first 4 or 5 years. If I'm making a long-term fortress, I don't make a military for a long time. If I'm making a short-term fortress and I want to raid stuff, I will have a military on like day 3, but I do not fight the first were creature. If a were creature shows up in the first year of a fort, I don't fight it. It's Operation Get the Dwarves as far away from the were creature as possible, not Operation Kill the were creature. A lot of times I will see new players playing and they will encounter a were creature and immediately attack it. Like they will just make a squad and attack it. That is the worst thing you can do because were creatures are extremely strong. It's like fighting a vampire. That's big no-no. Do not do that. If you see a were creature, your goal should be get the dwarves as far away from the were creature as humanly bloody possible. Not squad AK hit were creature. Do not do that. Run away from the were creature. One of the first things that you learn in most roguelikes, in fact, is run the fuck away when you see big scary thing. Don't punch big scary thing, because big scary thing will probably squish you. Dwarf Fortress isn't really a roguelike, especially if you're playing Fortress mode. If you're playing Adventure mode, it's more of a roguelike, and it's more of a true roguelike. But if you're playing Fortress mode, it's not really a roguelike. But if you see a were creature, treat it like a roguelike, and do what everybody should do if you're a good rogue, and run away. You literally found a dragon to be easier to engage if you have shields than a werebeast? Absolutely. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, here's the thing. If you find a dragon, at least this is from me, if I find a dragon in Dwarf Fortress, I'm not killing that dragon. I'm catching that dragon and trapping that dragon and making a flamethrower tower. I am not killing that dragon. If I see a dragon, it is way too valuable to keep the dragon than it is to kill the dragon. Oh, also, yeah, like Spitalier said, if you have a guard dog and you care about it, put it behind some windows or something. Tribute. I also lost focus. I was in a bit of a ramble session. Stone. Windows don't break line of sight. Nope. Windows don't break line of sight, but windows can be broken very easily by a were creature. So what I would do is do a line of windows and a line of fortifications, or just fortifications and then a drawbridge that you can raise behind it so that if you do get attacked. Windows, grates, and fortifications. Yep. Windows, grates, fortification. Well, windows, upright bars, fortifications is usually what I do. Yeah, fortifications can be jumped through, though. So if you have... So windows can be broken easily. Fortifications don't get broken. So what you can do is you can do fortifications first, windows behind the fortifications. So that they can't jump through the fortifications. Because certain things can just jump through the fortifications, but they can't jump through a window. They can break a window, they can't jump through a window. Dwarf Fortress logic. So if you have a line of fortifications and then a line of windows, they can't get through either. Hello, Fog. I saw you pop in. I've been in quite the ramble session. Elves have arrived to trade, so we should trade with the elves. Gremlin from air. You know. Man, I want a Gremlin King. I wonder if that's even possible. I wonder. Man, I don't know what Taz is doing on that Minecraft server, but every single time I look at the Halcyon Frequency Discord, I just see Taz and he's got something in a hole covered in lava. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing in Minecraft, Taz, but jeez. Every time I look up, he's hurting some poor children. Did I ever set up pillboxes for crossbows? Oh, like for dwarves to shoot crossbows out of? I mean... Not really, because I don't really use crossbows very often. Sometimes. I've done it, like, a handful of times, but I don't generally end up using them even when I have them. I don't know. I don't find them to be particularly effective. I don't know. Usually if I'm doing a combat-heavy fort, my main source of defense is generally lava on the head of the thing that's trying to kill me. So I don't usually use a lot of weapons if I'm doing a combat-heavy fortress. I find crossbows to be kind of a waste of materials, too, because I'm usually just shooting bolts at things. How's the, this, Fog, if you've been playing on it, how's the server been the last few days? Crossbows are essential against flying creatures. Flying creatures will get burned, too, if they get lava on their head. But maybe if you're doing above-ground fortresses. Usually if I'm doing combat forts, I'm underground, so. And they usually have to come down and hit you. So I will generally have some sort of bunker set up with 1Z level high ceilings. And then just bring them into me versus going out to them. Dwarves are short. So if thing is tall, make tall thing come down to me. There's a bird making a weird sound outside. I'm like, is that the sound in the thing? No, it's the thing outside. Server's been good lately? Good stuff. Yeah, Evil Trick did a bunch of upgrades for it the other night, so. Looks like they're all here. Prep. Mudstone pots. Crest Trader. Get over here. Do the thing. Still doing a lot of dyeing. Lots of cloth making. Lots of thread dyeing as well. Looks like all this stuff is drying up. I'm gonna claim all those boulders down on this side. So we can get all those out of there. And let's mine out those. Start seeing where those actual, where all of those Galena veins go. We can start mining them now. Automate, 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 automate. What's new? I'm digging out my old, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm digging out my drainage system to get the ore out of it because I had to dig through it anyway. So I was like, well, there's a bunch of ore down here. Might as well mine it out because we finally ran out. So that's what we're doing. That's what's new. SOS. For Longdeath anyway. Me personally, supposedly at some point today I'm supposed to be having a record player delivered. So I have 2 now. Officially, which will be the office record player, and then this one will be out here for just dumb shenanigans, and for me in my personal hours, because believe it or not, I listen to records off stream too, not just on stream, and so I'm looking forward to that. That'll be nice. What else is new? Oh, I have a shit ton of sound foam in the apartment now, which is which arrived yesterday. So I now have another, I am now the owner of not 64, but 128 foam panels like these ones behind me. So hopefully I'll be able to do floor to ceiling when I move over into the other room for the office. That'll be nice. So, yeah, bed arrives day after tomorrow. Yeah. Thankfully, it only usually takes 1 bolt to knock them unconscious and kill them. I mean, for when it comes to flying creatures like just the general birds that try and steal stuff, like vultures and stuff, I usually just have 1 or 2 hunters that just deal with those generally. Besides, they still have to come down to ground level to actually steal your shit. So if you have a military, they can usually just stab them. I mean, I get hit by buzzards every year, and this fortress is technically above ground, even though it's 10 Z levels below ground. Like, this layer is technically above ground. Like, you can see the rain landing. That's what all that blue speckling is, because it's just a giant open pit, right? And if we get attacked by a flying surface creature. I have a bunker in the basement where we go hide. And if we get attacked by underground flying creatures, well, the cavern layer is locked, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But on the odd chance that they do get out, which has happened in the past, we fight them down here, which is, 1 Z level tall area. One of these layers will fight them. And the last one was killed right there. And its skull is on this totem, which unfortunately is starting to rot. Meaning I will probably make a statue of a Forgotten Beast skull on a pedestal right next to it. Because that's where we fought it. And we killed it with spears, which have, according to an expert, who is not me, have a 2 Z level range, supposedly. And we can start smelting Galena. Smelt 100. I think I have 100 charcoal. How much charcoal do I even have right now? I should probably check. 69. Not enough charcoal. Let's make 100 charcoal. And let's go trade with those elves. What did they bring us? They brought us a horse, a badger, an emu, a flying squirrel, a fluffy wambler, a wolf, doe rabbit, an emu, a barn owl. Nothing particularly fun. I will trade for a cape because capes are impossible for dwarves to make, and whatever delicious almonds they brought. Walnuts, ginkgo seeds, apricots, plums, stuff I can't grow. Besides, we need some plum wine sometimes. Thank you, elves, for your business. Look forward to seeing you next year, you good souls. And work orders are getting managed. Good stuff. The other thing that I'm going to do... you know what? We're going to wait. We're just going to keep on processing plants and dyeing stuff. Get all of that thread dyed. And let's auto loom dyed thread. Which is the key for that? This is one where I actually need to like read. It's under workshop orders, right? Yeah, there it is. Auto loom dyed thread. There we go. Because I have a ton of dyes, so I might as well use it. Elves wear the same size clothes as dwarves, and goblins wear the same size clothes as dwarves. I don't know about animal creatures. Animal creatures are confusing. Humans are the ones that wear large clothing. Elves and goblins both wear the same size clothes as dwarves. So in order to make human clothing, you would type in shirt. 1. That's a male shirt, but that's fine. And then you hit D to designate the size. So I guess for animal people, you'd have to, go separately. Because I don't know. Animal people are very specific in their sizing. So hopefully that helps, Jack Nork. Once again, we're pretty lurky today. Views are a little low, which is probably why. A lot of people outside not watching Twitch. Say lovey. What you gonna do? That is a shit ton of Galena. Forgot how much there is in these lower layers down here. There's so much metal ore. Oh shit! How old are you, Axon? You're 143 years old? You haven't made an artifact yet? That's crazy. Anyway, Axon the Second has been taken by a Fey Mood. Would you look at that? What graphic stuff for you? Well, hopefully you're working on good graphic stuff. Are you working on stuff for a streamer or just stuff for actual work? Oh, really? You're working on a Succession game? Oh, that's cool. I know them. Do I? Is this something for Sui? Because I know she was saying that she wanted to get stuff done. Now I'm curious about what you're working on. Should share. All right. So Axon the Second. Axon, if you're lurking, your dwarf's making an artifact. 3 pieces of, I'm assuming, dyed cloth. It's colored with red root dye superbly. Another piece colored with red root dye. And a piece of hemp cloth colored with red root dye. So 3 pieces of cloth colored with red root dye. Raw green glass. Now I'm curious about what it looks like, but I'm sure you should keep that on the down low. Oh, for the Krug Smash Discord? Cool stuff. Wolverine Mangled Bone. Okay, so what do you want then that I don't have? Bones, probably. Let's slaughter a unicorn. Because you need bones. What a great treasure will it be? I wonder. Because it is a clother shop. Kind of want to DM Axon. Get him in here. How's me, Zedreg? I was distracted by a thing on Discord, but I'm doing all right. I've got somebody I need to whitelist for the Minecraft server that my stream team manages, but I'm doing all right. A little bit on the sleepy side, waiting for a dwarf to make an artifact who is Working on a clothing shop. So doing all right. Curious about what this ends up being. Waiting for a unicorn to get slaughtered, which is probably what we need. Ironically, I was going to say it looks like the king's doing it, but no. Yeah, it's this dwarf who's slaughtering the unicorn. I see cat emotes. That makes me happy. Cat emotes are welcome. As this dwarf crawls upstairs with that. I'm feeling alright now. I felt like shit earlier. But, you know. Comes with having a semi-functioning human husk that we call a body. Alright, where are you going? Where were you? There you are, Axon, up top. Excellent, that's what you needed. Bones! Grab something good from the unicorn, yeah? Also quietly did the paperwork while playing. Good stuff. Not that cat emote, LaFonda. Talking about a specific streamer named Cat. Well, Cat on Mars, but... There's a bunch of weeb emotes. It's funny, because for years, Cat's emotes were just shit. Most of his emotes were just like MS Paint garbage. But, you know. He still has Cat on Thunk, so... all is well. Gonna make rice? We should make some rice. Rice is good. I like making rice with a little bit of onion broth because I always have onion broth frozen. Gives it a nice onion flavor. Because I eat a lot of onions and I make broth all the time. Back in my day, Cat on Mars wasn't a weeb stream. Well, as much of a weeb stream. Grabbing cut gems now. This is going to be quite the artifact regardless. Really? Okay, what do you have now? So you got round opals, shell opals. So 2 gems, 2 cut gems. Wolverine leather, stray unicorn bone. Wolverine mangled bone. Raw green glass and 3 pieces of cloth. And you haven't begun a mysterious construction yet, excuse me. Raw green glass, okay. Must have bones. 2 bones, maybe 3 bones? Maybe it needs more bones, tanned hides. Cut gems, yeah, I guess it's more bones. Alright, let's, what else do I have? Do I have anything fun? Could slaughter a dingo. Let's do that. Let's slaughter a dingo. I also have a bunch of animals that need to be tamed so that we can slaughter them. You lost a dwarf child because your stairs were messed and they couldn't get access from another level. Oh no! That will cause some massive frame rate lag. If you have a dwarf that's like stuck somewhere, your frame rate will take a shit. So a pretty good way to notice if you have a dwarf stuck is if suddenly, out of nowhere, your frame rate gets really bad, someone's stuck somewhere. Tried for hours to fix it? Oh, really? I mean, what I would do if you have that happen is take screenshots, pause the game, and go to a Discord or the subreddit, and post those screenshots and ask how to fix it. And someone will just give you a step-by-step basic instruction. Daturo has become a dyer. Well, that's dire times for Datura. It's going to be our best at dying in the fortress. We're going to have all of that stuff died. There we go. Was more bones that you needed. She was in a strange mood and you couldn't give the gems and now she's berserk. I mean, doesn't matter. It's still the same. Anyway, clearly you know where you messed up, so hopefully you're able to fix that and not do that in the future. Because that sucks. Losing somebody during a strange mood is never fun. There you go. This dwarf's begun their mysterious construction. It's a clothing shop. Any bets on what they make? I'm really curious on what this dwarf's gonna make, actually, because this is a very elaborate artifact. 3 pieces of dyed cloth. All plant cloth, raw green glass, wolverine bones, unicorn bones, wolverine leather, point cut shell opals, praise opal cabochons, and stray dingo bones. Yeah, that's unfortunate that you lost her. I wonder if you could, actually, I wonder, can you catch a berserk dwarf in a cage? Gonna make a single sock. Yeah, what I would do is just lock the doors until they or just build a wall around them until they starve to death. I wonder if you could catch a berserk dwarf in a cage. I don't think it would, like, you can't fix them, but like it would be a way to catch them without hurting your frame rate. You did lock the door? Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's all you can really do once they're berserk is just lock the door and wait, or let the dwarves just kill them. This is going to be interesting. I'm also curious to see if, it's like, what's Axon's relations? Yeah, I'm wondering if Axon is going to dedicate this, maybe to, like, their grandmother, because Axon the Second is named after their grandparents, who is their great-grandmother, or their grandmother, not their great-grandmother, just their grandmother, Axon. We'll see what they're able to do. It'd be really cool if they dedicated it to their ancestor Axon. But we'll see. They might, you know, give it to the fortress or claim it as a personal treasure. Who knows? Depends on how selfish they are, I guess. Depends on how selfish they are. A little bit of frame rate lag, too. What's causing that? It's not a full moon. So it's something in my fort. Probably the fact that we're slaughtering some animals. That often hurts the frames a little bit. That, or it's all the people trying to get all this galana out of here. It's going to take a while to do all of that. It's a lot of silver ore and a lot of lead. Also filling some cage traps. I'm getting a phone call. Hold up. Yay, my mattress is confirmed for delivery on the 28th. That's all that was. So what do we have here? We have an asymmetrical hemp tunic. An asymmetrical hemp tunic. Dedicated to Euthris. That is really cool. There's a very upset crow outside that is making some really awful sounds. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and just at Axon. Still want to see it. With one sleeve longer than the other? That or like maybe a shoulder's poking out on one side or something? You can't hear it? That's good. It's not a pleasant sound. So, Nimak Kumal. An asymmetric quiltot. An asymmetrical tunic. It's worth 49,940. You imagine the shoulder? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the shirts that Kiri wears, where like one shoulder just like sticks out. It's an asymmetrical hemp tunic. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon cut prace opals and decorated with pigtail and wolverine bone and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from hemp cloth, and the thread is red, finely colored with red root dye. This object menaces with spikes of hemp, green glass, unicorn bone, wolverine leather, and shell opal and dago bone. That's a lot of spikes. A lot of varied spikes. That is a cool one. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go peek outside and see what the fuck this crow's doing. Back in a sec. So I figured out why the crows are making weird noises. There is my neighbor's cat is on my porch, and it's like looking up and trying to kind of get into the tree that's behind my porch, and there's a bunch of crows up there, and they've been roosting up there. So I'll bet you they're just like, they've probably got younger crows around, and they're probably just mad at the fact that there is a cat on my porch. Which, you know, pretty normal for crows to yell at cats, so makes sense. Longdeath continues. I'm doing a terrible job reading chat today, so it's kind of a good thing that chat's kind of quiet. Be honest, because I'm doing a really bad job reading it today. I want the cat to cough. That, or they caught the cat at the scene of the crime. Or they caught the cat before it was able to commit the crime. All right, so Axon's going to go back to making charcoal. You know, a change that I would love to see made for Dwarf Fortress is I would love to see artifacts get claimed by the owner and like stored in a bin if they have access, because it kind of sucks that they just like sort of leave them. There's that asymmetrical hemp tunic. We will put it up in the tavern. The cat couldn't fly under the radar. Yeah. They caught his paws. I can't think of any other crow puns aside from caught. The cat has been convicted of conspiracy. You mean pospiracy. And sentenced to 80 days in incarceration? Carceration. Oh boy. Not clawceration? Because that would be like a double cat paw pun. Crows clawing bloody murder. The cat's making those crows claw. Wait, what? This is hard to say. This is moved on from like bad puns into like tongue twister territory. I'm a bit lost. But yeah, no, I don't actually think that the cat killed anything, but yeah, no, it was definitely birds just like yelling at the cat. My initial suspect when I heard birds yelling outside of that, there was probably like some bird of prey in the vicinity or something, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so. Anyway. It's almost pool territory. Almost, yeah. Yeah, it's almost she sells seashells down by the seashore territory. Almost, not quite. Almost. I think down below here, I'm going to dig out another room down here. It's been a while since I dug out anything down here, but I need more space to store ore, and I think it would be much more convenient if I were to put that metal ore down here instead of up top, which is where I was putting it previously before I stopped doing that. So I think we're going to put it in here. Just going to make this room accessible from a few different places, cut out some gems and other ores while we're at it. We'll do that. Still just one depressed dwarf running around. It's still just Cooler. Fortunately, Cooler hasn't tantrumed in a while. Like, literally, as I said Cooler, he sent me a DM. How many dwarves go and dig it out? Well, we can watch. You'll see. Oh, that's why there's frame rate weirdies. Buzzards on the map. They're getting caged, though. It's fine. The current fort doesn't actually have that many miners, so probably not that many. Maybe like 4 or 5 dwarves. In the day fort I did on Saturday, there would have been a dozen. There's quite a lot of busy dwarves right now. I don't actually know how many miners I have currently. Not too many. Could toss another miner in there. Deturo could take a mining labor. Yeah, it doesn't look like that many currently. Maybe like 2 or 3. Somebody might be sleeping. We're taking a break. I think it's 3 mine. 4. I think 4 miners is actually what I have right now. But not that many. I'll take them a little bit to get this done. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Let's do a small investment on my part there. We're also getting more. Yeah, there we go. Here comes another one. Cooler's helping. Haul up boulders. There we go. They're pretty efficient. You're all in failed? It looks like it, yeah. It looks like you're all in failed. I'm very curious to see the result of what you're working on, though, for Sui. Ooh. Ooh. That's a good-looking Dwarf. I like that Dwarf. That's a good beard that Dwarf's got. But yeah, I'm so happy with how that Minecraft server's been doing. That was I guess for me and the stream team, that was kind of a bit of a departure from what we normally do as a group, right? So it's been really nice seeing the reception that it's been getting. Like, there's been a few issues, you know, with lag and some people running into problems with someone stealing some items, but like everything's kind of getting sorted out. And I don't know. I am very happy with how that whole project has been going so far. I've been very happy. Buzzard stole some unicorn tripe. Oh no. Whatever shall we do? How dare they steal some unicorn tripe? Sheesh. Of all the things they could steal. What are we ever going to do without our unicorn tripe? Late spring 238. Time is moving kind of slowly because I've been pausing a lot, but you know, is what it is. Oh, here's a third dwarf. Shot some buzzards out of the sky with an iron bolt. There isn't really anything I care about them stealing in this fort, so it's only really an issue if they're like actually interrupting dwarves, which is pretty rare. The only area that really has stuff that they could steal that would bother me is my library, and that area is pretty well trapped up, so if they were to go in there, they'll just get hit by weapon traps. But yeah, there's really nothing of value they could actually steal outside of meals, and I have like 20,000 of those, so it's not really a huge deal if they do. It's not really a huge deal. And even early on in a fort, if they steal your food, you can just like, unless you're in like a desert biome with no food growing, you can very easily just harvest some from the wilds. Very few people actually like utilize gathering points, and the amount of food you can get from them extremely fast is, you know, more than enough to feed a whole fortress usually. Like, I've sustained whole forts for years with no farming and no food production, just off of gathering plants. Also, good wins, socks and stone. Rip everybody else. Especially you, LaFondo. That's a rough loss there. I'm sorry. So many tickets have been lost on this day. That first invest, though, everybody won. So I think I need to assign a few more miners. We're going to do that. Oh, Formal's already got mining. Why aren't you mining? Belug's got mining. I got plenty of picks. I guess there's just too many other jobs for them to be doing right now. They're all like moving boulders around and getting other stuff done, so it's fine. One thing at a time. Oh well, yeah. Comes with the territory. Got 2 caged buzzards, which got caught in my cage traps, which we can eat. Got 43 animals, which is a good number of animals. Nice and low. This baby seeker is doing quite well, although is annoyed when caught in the rain, and annoyed when dwelling upon being caught in the rain, and annoyed dwelling upon being caught in a snowstorm. Sounds like a dwarf. Says Gaga. Is a lady. She's gonna write beautiful music one day. You just wait. Most people, like myself, will dislike most of what she writes, but some people will like it. And every now and again, she'll write one song that I'll be like, you know what, this is pretty okay. I can hang out with this. I just got reminded about a thing that I declined yesterday. So I was offered a sponsorship, which was not a great deal, so I declined it. They just sent me a reminder about something that I declined. Why would you send me a reminder about something that I declined? It's a little annoying. That is a little bit annoying. Not exactly what I would describe as something I would like. Just in case I change my mind. It doesn't matter if I change my mind, because on the way their website works, if you decline a thing, it's permanent and you can't get it back once declined. They send you the offer and you can decline it. It asks you, are you sure? You say, yes, I am sure. And then it asks you, are you sure you're sure? And I say, yes, I'm sure I'm sure. And, well, then you can't get it back. But they just sent me a reminder for something that I said I was sure I didn't want. So that's very strange to me. Very strange. Rather annoying. But it is what it is, I guess. I guess they just have an automated system that they've never adjusted. Remember when you said no? Making me feel guilty? I will never feel guilty about declining something that wasn't going to pay me any money. So it was literally one of those we'll pay you with exposure. It's memes, but reality. I was automatically absorbed into the corporation. I don't think they're a corporation. I don't think they have a parent company. I'm pretty sure they're still technically a privately owned company. Pretty sure. Although, these days, it's kind of hard to tell. These days, it is indeed kind of hard to tell. How you doing, Wave Depletion? What was it about? I'm not entirely certain I can say. I'll leave specifics out. But basically what it is there's a big game that's coming out soon that I will not name. But it is the sequel to another game. And what they want us to do is what they want people to do is they want people to stream the original game in the new games directory on Twitch, to push the directory up to the top, and then stream they want you to stream the original game for an hour in that directory, and then stream the preview event. But they're not offering any money for it. They're just giving you key for the sequel in the future, which is, well, basically they're giving you a free pre-order for the sequel, which to me is like the equivalent of an insult. It's like, if you're gonna advertise something as a sponsored event, pay me money for the game. Yes, Raid Shadow Legends 2 confirmed. Nailed it. Although Raid Shadow Legends has offered me a lot of money. I just refuse to take their money. Just got back from walk. Hope your weather is nicer than up here. Up here it's like almost raining, but not quite. So like I wouldn't trust going outside for a walk, at least not without an umbrella. Although socks, here's the thing, right? You can be very excited about Raid Shadow Legends 2, but here's the thing. Just make sure that you get the full title correct. It's 2 Raid, 2 Shadow, 2 Legends, 2 Reckoning, the sequel. Just make sure that you get the full title correct. when commentating on such things, you know? Like, just for branding purposes, it is, of course, 2 Raid, 2 Shadow, 2 Legends, 2, Reckoning. The sequel. Although, ironically, if they actually named it that, I'd be kind of on board. I still wouldn't play it, but I would appreciate the bullshit. The humans are here to trade. It is time for me to unload all of our spare clothing. No, that's the third one. Revengeance 2 Revelations. All right, let's unload a shiz ton of clothing. I don't need to sell the bins. Actually, hold on. Let's just go into here and then type in bin. So I don't really want to sell the bins. I just want to sell the individual things around it. There we go. It does not rhyme with Mass Effect. No, don't worry. I'll tell you that. It's not that. And it looks like the Royal Treasurer, Hode, has returned once again. Yeah, it's still Hode. Mass Effect. I've heard a lot of mixed things about that Mass Effect remastered. Like, supposedly the Mass Effect remaster is good, but I've heard enough people state that they just don't want to play Mass Effect again yet because it's still too recent that people got burned by Mass Effect 3. Looks like Stone is a little bit depressed, meaning I gotta get the military training. Poor girl. Glass defunct. I think Ass Effect is probably my favorite one. I know someone who I know has been streaming Mass Effect with big symbol M's and just says Ass Effect. So many people are rolling with that meme. But in reality, it's more like ass deflect now because they deflected the ass and the ass is no longer in the optimal ass position. Yeah, Abe is also depressed. Gotta get both of those military dwarves training. And then Hode speaks with our mayor and says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm going to continue ordering all of the same shit that I do always, which is a lot of wood, so I can make it into charcoal. And there we go. There we go. With that. And he says, let me, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And we're going to continue selling all of that clothing to them because there's a lot of it that needs to be sold. Because it will jiggle back your way. Assuming they have correct jiggle physics, which not many games from that era did. Back in that era, it was weird to actually see body parts jiggle. The only actual, like, example of good jiggle physics we had was Dead or Alive Extreme. Beach volleyball. Yeah, exactly. Runner Rain knows exactly what's up. Yeah, that was like the only real example of good body jiggle physics. Outside of that, it's like kind of nothing really. Unforgivable? Why was Dead or Alive Extreme unforgivable? What's unforgivable about Dead or Alive? It's actually a decent volleyball game. Oh, unforgettable. Yep. Definitely. I mean, it was the... You know, I think that the Dead or Alive was one of the last moments of, oh man, graphics are not going to get better than this moments. It was definitely one of the, like, one of those moments for me where I was like, man, this is probably some of the best that video games are ever going to look. King would like me to make more ballista arrows, which we will queue up. They had Jiggle even in DOA 3? Oh, probably. But I never played any of the DOA games. I did play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, though. So, you know. I was never really much of a fighting games person, and neither were any of my friends. The only person who I really know who actively played fighting games were, well, my cousin played a few fighting games, but I had one friend who played some fighting games in arcades, but we never really spent much time around arcades. No problem, Noor. I'm here 5 days a week. I take Mondays and Fridays off. Smash Bros? I don't really consider Smash Bros a fighting game. At least not until Melee. I mean, we played, like, Smash Brothers on the N64. I mean, I don't consider, like, Smash Brothers 1 to be a fighting game, really. It's more of a party game. Smash Brothers didn't become a fighting game until Melee. It's a much, like, the original Smash Brothers is a much slower game. It's a fighting game now. I mean, it's its own type of fighting game. They've found their own niche, but up until Melee, like, original Smash Brothers 64 wasn't really a fighting game. The fort is going pretty good to berries. We are trading all of our clothing with the humans, then we're going to make another big old round of clothing. We're trying to offload all of the extra clothing to make space in our stockpiles to be able to make more clothing, because really, like, unless you happen to have like tons of clothing in stockpiles, they really won't, unless the clothing is in a stockpile. I find they often don't claim it. So you did play the N64 version? See, like my friend who had a console, because I never had a big GameCube or an N64. My first console was I guess my PlayStation 4 my PlayStation 3 when I moved out, which I sold to my ex when she moved out, technically. Well, sort of sold to my ex. Anyway, like I was never a console kid. Ever. I had a Game Boy, but like that didn't have Smash Brothers on it. So the 3DS did, but which I had later. But I was never a console kid. I was always a PC kid. Like throughout my whole childhood. I was a PC kid, so there was very, very, very few options when it comes to fighting games on PC. What did I play? I played a lot of RTS games. I played some racing games. Like, you know, a lot of Age of Empires, a lot of SimCity, The Sims, Roller Coaster Tycoons. Basically any game with the word tycoon at the end. Railroad games, train games, open like Transport Tycoon, Sid Meier's Railroad, Civilization, that sort of stuff. Age of Empires 2? Yeah, but I played Age of Empires 1 way longer. I played Age of Empires 3 before I really played Age of Empires 2. I never owned Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 was, I mean, I technically played Age of Empires 2 on Monday. I played it the other day. No, I played Age of Empires 2 way later than Age of Empires 3 and 1 even. It just wasn't a game that I was able to get my hands on growing up. I played Age of Mythology. I played StarCraft. Never played Warcraft because I didn't really care about the fantasy world because I already had Age of Mythology, which I thought was cooler anyway. I played a little bit of Command and Conquer. What else? I played Red Alert 1 specifically, and the original Command and Conquer. I played a lot of a game called Roll Cage, which was a racing game. I had the Star Wars pod racing game. I had a bunch of Star Wars games because my parents would let me buy Star Wars games because my parents knew it and trusted it. Even because I wasn't allowed to play any first-person shooters like Doom or anything, so I played all those games way later. But because I still wanted to play first-person shooters, I played like the Star Wars Dark Forces games, Dark Forces 1 and 2. And then the Jedi Knight games, I played those. Those games were a lot of fun. I have really fond memories of the first and second Dark Forces games. I played Total Annihilation later. That was one of the, Total Annihilation and Dune I played in, the mid-2000s. 2006, 2007-ish. So, in the early 2000s, I was playing, Age of Empires 1, right? But Total Annihilation I played closer to the late 2000s. Total Annihilation I found on a totally legal abandonware site. Totally legally. Absolutely legally, you know? It's abandonware. But yeah, I did play some Total Annihilation. I played Total Annihilation, I want to say around the same time Planetary Annihilation was starting to be a thing that was announced before the Kickstarter because I was curious and I heard friends talk about it back in the day. So, ever play Spore? No, I thought that game looked bad. It didn't really look appealing to me and I just never played it. And all of my friends were really excited about it. And they all bought it. And I didn't. And I didn't regret not buying it. Because Spore was not as good as it was advertised to be. And to this day, I've never played Spore, and I do not have any desire or interest in playing Spore. There are games that are inspired by Spore that I look at and I go, oh, those look interesting, but was pretty fun for what it was. Your only problem was that it was EA Games. It was, from what I could tell, Spore was fun for what it was. Oh, hey, we have a named iron spear by Abe. It was fun for what it was, but it was also not the first example of this, because there's other examples of this, but it was definitely one of those, that game is super duper overhyped, which was its biggest problem. Like, they overpromised and under-delivered, which is not what you want to do, so. The Meandering Reticence? Huh. Well, I mean, it killed a buzzard. Good job, Abe. Good job. It made it hard to even play it. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. It was one of those early examples of really, really, really shit garbage DRM, where it's like you had limited installs. But I don't know. Chat, what are some early games that you played? Some games that you played back in the day that you have fond memories of? Because I have fond memories of Dungeon Keeper, but I haven't played Dungeon Keeper in a very, very, very long time. And I am starting to feel, because I've played a number of games that are heavily inspired by Dungeon Keeper, I'm starting to feel more and more and more and more that if I were to go back to Dungeon Keeper now, I probably wouldn't like it. Dune 2000. Cool spot on the SNES. Croc on the PC. Fuck, dude, I remember Croc. Whoa. Man, that was a blast from the past that you just gave me. Damn, dude. I never really played Croc, but I do remember friends playing Croc. I need to look up screenshots of this now to see if it's the game that I remember. Damn, yeah. No, actually, it was Croc 2 that I'm remembering. Croc 2 specifically. Not Croc 1, Croc 2. Yeah, no, I remember this. Man, character platformers on the PC. Fuck. People made those. People owned TurboGrafx? They certainly didn't up here. I'm always kind of amazed when I hear about the TurboGrafx because it's like, nobody owned a TurboGrafx up here. One of the human factions have gone back onto their journey. I remember Trade Wars, or rather, I remember hearing about Trade Wars. Keeper Effects. I know about that mod, yeah. Although, here's the thing. I have more fond memories of Dungeon Keeper 2 than Dungeon Keeper 1. I feel like it's Dungeon Keeper 2 that would disappoint me now. Fog used to have UK in his name. Fog used to be Fog_UK. Now he's iFog. Fog did all of the graphics for my stream team. R-Type? R-Type, yeah, that's a... You either played a lot of R-Type, or you had never played R-Type. R-Type was good but laggy. They just put out a new R-Type game, and it's kind of funny because watching that game come out in the current year, you learn really quickly who grew up playing a lot of shooters and who didn't. Because I've been seeing a lot, like, Herman Lee was doing a stream. Herman Lee is the front man of Dragon Force. Ooh, I'm 9 subscribers away from 7,000. That's a fun number. was doing a stream of R-Type where he would play a level and then try and play the music from that level, which was actually really fun to watch. But personally, I'm not much of a scrolling shooters kind of person. Yeah, he was playing R-Type Final 2. I just looked it up because I know Spitalier's been playing that too. Monkey Island? I never played a lot of those point-and-click adventures until later. Like, I've played through The Secret of Monkey Island 1, that remastered. Oh, shit, I never played Desperados, but I did play Commandos. Did you play the new Desperados, Fog? Because they just put out a new one. Actually, Fog, I just had this weird thought. Did that Cuphead DLC ever come out? Serious question. Did that Cuphead DLC ever come out? No? Man. You like pain? Here's more. Which was something Fog said in a video that we were both in a long time ago. Fog, when am I going to get you on my streams again? What do I got to do? I miss talking to you, man. I don't think you've looked into it? Because Desperados 3 has overwhelmingly positive reviews. For those of you who don't know, me and Fog used to be on a YouTube channel that me and a couple other people worked on way back when. It's kind of a while now, so I can say, I feel pretty comfortable saying way back. But we both worked on this YouTube channel, and we streamed E3 one year. I gotta turn this off so that the manager can go do manager things. Where's Axon? Anyway, we streamed E3 one year, and that was announced at E3. That was what, 2018 E3, I think? And Fog had probably one of the best lines from that stream, which was like, fucking Cuphead shows up on the screen and he's like, you like pain? Here's more. And it sounded perfect the way his microphone sounded with the with just Cuphead footage. Like it sounded like his lines was supposed to be from Cuphead. It's very interesting. Kind of funny. It's weird that that hasn't come out yet. Playing through Desperados 3 now. How you liking it, H2? I know Bellinair loved it when he played it. I feel like, you know, I'm not really the sort of person to say, you know, that type of game is bad for streaming, but I feel like I would have a really hard time streaming that type of game. Because I bought Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun with the intention of streaming it, and I never did. But they went on, it's the same studio that made Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun. They went on to make Desperados 3, which is a very fitting game for that studio to make. That game was also wildly successful, so. Well, I mean, Fog, if you ever want to join me and Evil Trick for some Age of Empires, I'm not sure if you're into Age of Empires, but we've been doing that, and we're going to do some other RTS stuff. We do those every Monday in the morning, so lots of quick saving, quick loading, and just staring at the screen trying to time stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like I think that style of game might actually be worse for streaming than roguelikes, which is also not a great genre for streaming. Well, traditional roguelikes, like I'm not gonna pretend any differently. Like I know for a fact that traditional roguelikes could be better for streaming. I personally really enjoy streaming them, but that's just because I enjoy the subgenre. Do you have a Game Pass for PC, Fog? Because all of those games are just on Game Pass for PC if you want to join us. Or rather, all of the RTS games that we play on RTS Mondays, which is every Monday at like 9 a.m. Pacific time on Evil Trick stream. We do that stuff. So, I don't know. If you want to join, the offer's open. But then again, it's open to anybody, really. They're just community games after all. Yeah, if you have Game Pass for PC, they're all up on Game Pass for PC. Speaking of, after I finish playing through Plague Tale Innocence, which I'm going to try and finish tonight, I need to pick up another game for Game Pass. I was thinking about playing through Call of the Sea. I know some people have played that. If anybody here in chat has played Call of the Sea, how long is that game? Because that's something that has been on my to-do list for a bit, and I would like to play through that. And because it's on Game Pass, I was just going to do it on Game Pass. And there's a few other games up there that I'd like to play. Oh, did you play that, Fog? 5 hours according to Google? So 3 streams? Oh, that's pretty short. Yeah, I think we'll probably do that next. That'll be my next sanity variety. That's what I'm going to start calling those games, is just like when I play random games that I'm interested in like that are like kind of different from the norm and puzzle games, I'm just going to start calling that shit sanity variety. It's like, you know, we did The Witness. I'm almost done with Plague Tale. You never played AoE 1 or AOM? Age of Mythology? AoE 1 is really the only game you really play is AoE 2? Run or Rain, go follow Evil Trick, right? And come play with us on Monday. We do that on his stream on Monday. It's the normal start time for me. So the time that I started today is about when we start. And we just play viewer games. It's good fun. We're super casual, though. Like, neither of us are any... Well, he's better at those types of games, so he's just generally better at RTS games than I am, but... Just a bunch of goofing off, really. Are you grabbing a wheelbarrow? Yes, you are. You 100%ed it in 6.2 hours. Not bad. Well, I mean, I don't really care to necessarily 100% it. Unless it's, like... on Steam. Like, I kind of care about Steam achievements. I don't really care about any other kinds of achievements outside that. So unless it's like good story stuff, I don't really worry about it. Yeah, we're getting all of these boulders out of here. Damn, look at how big that silver ore vein is. There's so much. God. Yeah, I mean, that's a good frame of reference. If you 100%ed it in 6.5 hours, yeah, that's nice and short. Definitely something that I will do after we finish Plague Tale. But if anybody's played through any single-player, puzzly, or like adventure games that are on Game Pass or relatively affordable recently, that would kind of fit with the I mean, if you watch the streams that I do, you probably have a pretty good idea what kind of games I like. But if you played through a game recently that you think I'd like, let me know. Because, I don't know. I'm looking for evening games currently. Outside of, you know, the Patreon picks and all that stuff. I'm looking for evening variety. Stuff that's been out for a bit, preferably. Stuff with a good story. I also, I have Little Nightmares 1 and 2 on the to-do list as well. I picked up Little Nightmares 1, and I want to play through that. Quevinair has grown up and has become a peasant. Would you look at that? Felt euphoric due to inebriation and felt enjoyment after playing make-believe. He has a broad body with almost no fat on it. His hair is straight and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. He likes trifle pewter, moonstone, tower cap, wood. The color dark indigo, battle axes and helms, and the words of the amethyst of walls. Dreams of mastering a skill is in a constant state of eternal rage. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his actions. All right, well, let's have a look at you. We're going to give you carpentry and woodcutting because you like axes. We're going to give you all of the healthcare because you like mercy. We're going to give you dyeing because I've been trying to get a few more dwarves with that, and tanning because it's just useful to have. Crafts, we're going to give you weaving and clothes making. And also let's give you bone carving and glass making because I need more glass makers. And then just all of the hauling tasks and all of the other jobs. There you go, Dwarf. Go pick up some equipment and get to work. And welcome to adult life, Dwarf. Round of beers for Quevinair, who's grown up. Congratulations, young dwarf. We've still got more mining that we need to do. We're still working on all of this. This, once again, is just going to be, you know, a few stockpiles of silver ore and iron ore and all those ores. Let's actually just get that half done first so I can make a stockpile. Cheers, chat. And as always, you know, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks everybody for supporting the channel and just chilling. It's good to have all of you around as always. Cooler is still depressed. That's a tricky dwarf to deal with. It's been a tricky dwarf to deal with since we got him. Because he wants to do things that he's not allowed to do because, unfortunately, his place in society doesn't allow him to do those tasks that he wants to do. You genuinely are happy after equipping many, many splendid items. Good to see that, Quevinair. Hope you get a good axe, too. I'll put another clother's shop now that we're getting that stuff cleaned up. I can make this shop out of soap, but instead I'm going to make it out of iron. Good evening, Beer Minear. How we doing today? It's good to see you. Hello, hello. We are working on, you know, pretty standard stuff. Keeping the fort alive, mostly. A bit tipsy today. Well, I mean, seems fine. Assuming you're tipsy for good reasons and not bad reasons. There's good tipsy and bad tipsy. Did anybody here play Biomutant? Curious to know what people think of that game. Because I know what the Steam reviews say, which is mixed. Definitely heavy on the mixed end. What is it even about? It's a action RPG about being a fuzzy critter that, well, maybe not action. Action adventure game. Open world thing. They kind of call it an RPG. I don't know how much of an RPG it actually is. Seems kind of like a open world action adventure thingy with RPG elements where your skills and additions to your character change the visual look of it. Kind of a la Spore, but less open. Like, you can't make yourself into a giant penis like you could in Spore. So, Spore minus the fun, basically. And then you know, do action adventure-y things in a big open world. My king really wants another ballista arrow. Did I not make enough ballista arrows? I must not have. Make one more. Actually do something with their lives. Drink on a Wednesday type, on a weekday type tipsy? Yeah, okay. I know what you mean. Been there. That stuff feels good. That stuff is fun. Actually a good humble bundle. What is this madness? Actually a good humble bundle. It's the right, it's the, there's a big ol' humble bundle for Rising Storm right now. Also, humble bundles look weird now. Kung Fu Panda meets Monster Hunter mixed with Jade Empire. But it's make your own panda instead of Kung Fu Panda specific. Which kind of isn't bad. I mean, it's fine. I apologize, Chad. I feel like I owe you guys a few apologies. I'm very spacey today. It's autumn. Stone, heads up if you're lurking. It's paperwork time. I'm very spacey today. My brain's like not functioning as well as I'd like it. Sometimes I'm just spacey, and I feel like it's when I've had like an unstable blood sugar day. Makes thinking really difficult. George Orwell? Wait, why are you naming your pick? Why don't you name your balls while you're at it? We got some humans, and they're saying, or at least those ones are over on the right. Why do you get to name picks in Minecraft? It's been a long time since I played Minecraft, so humor me. Did they really just steal all of that stuff from DF? Yeah, true. It's kind of like Kung Fu Panda if Rare got their hands on it. You're kind of not wrong. It's like Kung Fu Panda and Lilo and Stitch. It's like Kung Fu Panda, but it's Lilo and Stitch. You know what I mean? There you go. Artichoke wine. Is artichoke wine real? Do people make artichoke wine? Artichoke wine. Not really. Not really. People don't really make art. People, I'm getting lots of websites for artichoke wine pairing or artichoke and white wine pasta sauce. Not really getting a lot of artichoke wine. We did learn through Dwarf Fortress that mushroom wine exists, though, which is kind of interesting. You can make a brew out of it? Yeah, no, that is true. You can brew almost anything. It's more of a question of if you should, not a question of if you can. All right, Biggins. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. You don't think it has enough sugar to add to make alcohol? Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly what the sugar content of an artichoke is because I haven't eaten artichoke in a while. You know, at least one person you could get crazy enough to try to make artichoke wine. You should try and do that so that you can tell us how it is for science. There's a tame worm in here. How kind of them. Are you ready for me to scroll yet, Stone? You're having a technical issue? Do you want me to screenshot it for you? If you do, just let me know. After you grab this, I'm going to go get lunch. Because I need to do lunch pretty soon. I'm getting hungry. It's 2 p.m. You got it? Okay. So then I can scroll. Oh, well, just a lead cage and a mule. A lead cage and a mule, that's it. That's all that's extra, is lead cage and mule. I guess lead cage is heavy. Oh, good. Lead cage and a mule. All right, chat. I'm gonna real quick go do lunch. Let's just make sure that everybody's mandates and demands are clear. Just make sure that's good. We'll get done. It is indeed a pretty good item haul, yeah. It's good to see you, Riptorus. All right, chat. I'm going to, like I said, go take a real quick break. I'm going to let you guys follow
No!
Quevenir.
No! No!
You did that on purpose. All right, I'm gonna go. Yeah, well, obviously I had to type an exclamation point. No, you, as Cooler says, or not as Cooler, as Peter said, no, I will not be gone, but I will come back. I'm just gonna go get lunch. I just need to go grab a sandwich and do my injections and whatnot. Take care of yourselves, chat. Don't go anywhere fast. And if you could be so kind as to invest your tickets, because investments are open. But also, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic, just to kind of show support and keep the chat moving. And if you happen to have sound commands like Peter, you could type in one of the sound commands to entertain the chat while I'm gone. I will be back in a minute or two. BRB.
Sandwich!
So I realized I was gone for a minute, but I can explain. There is a very young bird with an injured wing outside, which is the reason the birds were going absolutely apeshit earlier. I picked it up and put it in a place where it's not going to get murdered by cats. So hopefully it doesn't get murdered by cats. Poor thing. Yeah, it's good to be back. It's probably going to get killed by the cat, but I mean, there's only so much I can do, right? There's only so much I can do about that sort of thing. Bird sandwich? No. No, bird is up in tree now. Sandwich is in my hand. Why don't you just sign into the same account on both? Yeah, I feel kind of bad, but there isn't much I can do. Yes, I washed my hands after touching the bird. There's a big kind of cordoned off garden area where the cat's not supposed to be able to get to. So hopefully it... Yeah, I just feel bad that it's got a sore wing, you know? I mean, thanks for using it here, Runner Rain. It's just funny to me that you have 2 accounts. Lurk in Minecraft, have a good time on Minecraft, man. Bellinair's still playing on it. Unless that can be done in 2 minutes? No. PT cattle. Unless that can be done in 5 minutes. Audio, you know that if you type in an emote and hit tab, if it's a Better Twitch TV emote, they'll just fix it for you and make it work? So just type the word fog in and hit tab, and it'll literally autocomplete for you. Do you really think that I remember every single emote I use? Because I certainly don't. I have no idea who that is or what you're referencing, but maybe I could do that, PT Kyle. Such an elaborate fort? Yeah. This fort does a lot of dumb things it doesn't need to. But it's elaborate because of how long it's been here, right? It's taken generations of dwarves to complete this fort. Multiple generations. All right, well, it seems like we're out of... Seems like we need some arrowheads. At least that's what it seems like. Is it complete? No. It'll be complete when we hit year 1000. We're on year 238. We got about 3 years left. Real time. Not in game. Real time. We'll get there. Take a while, but we'll get there. Get there eventually. Wolverine is attacking one of my cows. When are you traveling to California? You're the only person in the world who will not get excited about getting to go to California. You're like, I get to go to California. Yay. Why do you need dates? Huh? We should be happy that you have such a fun job, Audio. You just seem so unenthusiastic about your work all the time. I remember there was a time when you were excited and happy to have this job. There was a time before you were jaded and used to things. Back in the day. Like a year ago? 2 years ago? Night shift sucks your soul? Not as badly as you make it seem. Not as badly as you make it seem. Like, yeah, night shift certainly can do a number on your ability to be a human, but it's not as bad as I think you make it out to be, in my opinion. For me personally, it was never that bad, and I did night shift for a very, 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 very long time. You get fat on night shifts? I don't see the logic there, but okay. This fort doesn't have a lava pit, no. This is the really, 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 really big maze fort. That has, you know, this little maze. This little maze. With, you know, small minotaur for aesthetic. There isn't a lava lamp yet. There's an under construction lava lamp. I don't know if that counts. Kivich says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps with the same information as always. And what requests do you have? Same things as always. So no, there isn't a lava lamp. There's a very, very, very early construction stage lava lamp. But that will take probably another 400 years to complete. Especially at the rate that I'm doing it. I look forward to our meeting next year, Simplex. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Because when you get up to go on night shifts, you're in this cycle where you eat, work, eat, game, sleep, because you have to be quiet. You need to make sure that you're getting rest, so there's just no life for you. You waste. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never really had an issue gaining, or I've always had an issue gaining weight. So if I could magically figure out how to get some actual body fat on me, that would be a net positive for me. That would be an overwhelmingly net positive for me if I could figure out how to gain weight. So teach me how you do this, because I've never figured it out. I'm so tired of going into doctor's offices and being told, you're too skinny, eat more food. And then me saying, I eat so much food, my gut feels like it's gonna explode most nights. Please teach me how to gain weight. I can't figure out how to do it. Can't figure it out. Like I go into doctor's offices and they're like, eat more burger. And I'm like, no. Shit's expensive. I'd rather not. Can't diabetes. What? Can't diabetes. Well, I mean, now that's the problem. Previously, it was always just, you're skinny, go eat more food. And then I'd be like, I do. And then they'd be like, okay. And now that I'm a diabetic, they're like, eat more food. And I'm like, I only have so much insulin. And also, no. So, I don't know. Gaining weight is hard, and I wish I could figure out how to do it. But I have yet to figure that out. It's a skill that I need to learn. I read that as sugary, not surgery. I was like, now that my sugary is done, and I was like, what? What's a sugary? Now that my surgery is done, I'm busted. I mean, I haven't worked out in a very long time. Greg rants, Cooler rants more likely. More like it. Look at Cooler, he's all tantrumy. Are you gonna go break another window? You might actually get away with a crime this time because everybody is like busy doing other things. No, you're gonna go start a fist fight. Who are you chasing? You are chasing Simplex, the mayor. Please don't kill Simplex. I like Simplex. Simplex is a good dwarf. You kill Simplex, we're gonna have a problem, dwarf. Starting a fight with Simplex. It's not going well for him or Simplex. Pretty sure Simplex is just dodging all of the attacks, actually. There we go. So Simplex, you're gonna go report a crime now. Yep. Fist fighting the mayor? Well, attempting to fist fight the mayor. I think it was more like, yeah, merchant missed the mayor. Merchant attacked the mayor, but she scrambles away. Like, missed. It's all the government fault? I mean, probably. I mean, I've seen how dwarves treat each other, so probably. It's probably all the government's fault. Let's just wait until your crimes get reported, and then we'll see what you get to pay for your crimes to the government. Crimes against dwarf kind, you know? Although, to be fair, I've lost count of how many beatings and crime, and I think you've been sent to prison 3 times, and I can't remember how many times you've been beaten. You are more scarred than dwarf now. What game year are we up to? 238. 233 years of fort. What's my FPS like? What does my FPS look like? You can see it. You're watching the stream, I think. Unless you're in audio only, in which case my apologies. It's around 40. Sometimes it goes higher, sometimes it goes lower. But generally sits around there. Perfectly playable. No issues with frame rate. Although I got a little laggy earlier today because I had a dwarf get stuck on an island, but that's fine, we fixed it. We fixed that pretty quick. I mean, how else would I have 38 citizens? Technically, I actually have 32 citizens. Because the extras are just merchants. New to DF? Are you new to Twitch? Because you can't be that new to DF if you notice that so quickly. Well, if you're new to Twitch, use that smiley less, unless you really want to irritate people. Because that smiley is only used as like a form of passive-aggressive aggravation. It's not actually used as a smiley. Very few people use that emote as an actual smiley. Most people use it just to annoy people. So don't use that smiley. It's not your fault. It's Twitch's fault. Twitch made a shit smiley. If you look at that thing long enough, it's like it's staring into your soul. Yes, that one. Sarah, don't use that smiley. I need to put something else in my mug. What's your favorite tile set? I don't know. What's yours? ASCII's my favorite tile set, but that looks like this, which annoys people. And a lot of people don't like that. So let's say use this one, which is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. So people see it and know what they're looking at and recognize it from Krug Smash's videos. Because frequently people watch Krug Smash's videos and then they end up on Twitch afterwards. So if you've never played this game, why are you asking me what your favorite tile set is? Feels like if you're asking me what my favorite tile set is and you've never played this game, how would you know what a tile set is, let alone the difference between tile sets? Seems like shenanigans to me, I don't know. Slaps you with the mug. I just need to put some water in my mug or something. Does that answer your question, Bospec? There you go. But yeah, that's basically what we're trying to do. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. We're trying to beat the record for the longest running fort. The thing that I'm question marking about is how the heck did any of you guys end up here if you've never played DF before? When people are just like, yeah, I've never played DF before. It's like, well, then how the hell did you end up in my stream? It's just like when people tune into Dwarf Fortress and they're like, what's this game? And I'm like, my dudes. It's right there. In the middle of the screen. It says it. Right there. Dwarf Fortress. Should be relatively easy to read, you'd think. It's definitely Caves of Cud. Yes, absolutely. This is Caves of Cud. For a few years? Oh boy. What's the official record? 500 years. Well, 500 years for the heaviest documented fortress. There's a screenshot of somebody who claims that they have a fortress that was 600 years old. I'm sorry, Peachy Cato. I'm sorry. You gave up after 2 hours? You just needed that extra hour. You would have made it. No, that's not what I meant, to churro it. I'm talking about the mug that I was drinking coffee out of that no longer has coffee in it. We're close then? 238 is we're not even halfway there. We're not even halfway to the halfway point. Close? Close? Nah, we long ways off. This is gonna take me another year to finish this fortress. Like a real-time year. Like an Earth year, not a Dwarf year. Like an Earth year. Nope. 238, not 438. The beer's doing a bit much. It's one of those days, LaFonda. It's one of those days. Doesn't help that I kind of can't see in a straight line today. Today's just like one of those days where it's like my head is just like broken. Oh, yay. Dwarf got thrown in prison. Woo. Oh, you're fine. Didn't quite finish enough stuff for the king in time. That's fine. It's a pity they didn't throw prison or Cooler in prison because Cooler would have actually enjoyed it. Cooler needs a sentencing anyway, though, so we'll see what you get. See what Captain Lagarde has to do. Big family, that'd be cool. Be cool if you could jump into the ranks of the legendary forts or the legendary dwarves in this fort. There's some dwarves that just keep coming up. It's like Euthyrus is one of them, who's an old YouTuber friend of mine. Got a dwarf very early in this fort, and it's like I still just constantly see dwarves mentioning that dwarf, telling stories about that dwarf, making engravings of that dwarf, figurines of that dwarf, and donating artifacts to that dwarf just constantly. Yeah, no, the Discord count's a little bit different. Because you didn't. You misunderstood me, Beerman here. I mean, I am not doing any world domination because that's just a waste of fucking time and the most boring thing you could do. World domination is the worst in DF because it's like, yo, do you want to ruin all of the flavor and intrigue and political fun in your world by just killing everything? Then I guess there you go. No, we are not at war with anybody. This is 100% soap opera mode for this fort. Just want a big harem and family. Early on in this fort, we had a dwarf that had, well, she had like 7 lovers and 2 husbands. But good luck, because that's only happened once in this fort. That was Axon the First. That bloody dwarf was nuts. Seriously. Bloody dwarf was nuts. Smelted a shit ton of ore. Cool. Cooler got put in prison again. You needed that. You needed that. That stupid, stupid dwarf. It's just such a pain. Yeah, but mechanically in DF, it's very unlikely, Deturo, so I wouldn't get your hopes up, that's all. I'm not trying to dash your hopes, I'm just saying that you might not want to get super excited. Because that stuff's very unlikely. Yeah, but that wasn't the dwarf that I was talking about. Axon the First was the dwarf I was talking about. Your Basta the Second and Hazard Jeff did make a lot of babies, yes. You guys had, I think it was like 10 children by the end of it. Why does everybody want to know my thoughts on adventure mode? It's an excellent mode, just like Fortress mode. I don't play it very often, but it's excellent. It's very, 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 very good at what it does. So one thing about the internet that I will never fully understand is the question phrased of, what are your thoughts on? It's just such an open question with so little direction given to the question. It's like, give me a direction and give me a question. Don't just be like, what are your thoughts on this? What do you mean, what are my thoughts on this? Do you like this? Do you dislike this? Do you play this? That's a question. What are your thoughts on X thing is just like, yo, ramble about the thing. So some thoughts about adventure mode. You can pet the dog. You could pet the zombie dog. You can kill your dog and then raise your dog from the dead and then pet your zombie dog. You could pet your dog, kill your dog, raise the dog, etc. No, it's fine. You can ask questions. Let's just ask more specific questions. Give me some direction with the question. You know what I mean? Like, Bosspec, what are your thoughts on asparagus? Give me your thoughts on asparagus. I expect a full essay by this time tomorrow morning. 10,000 words, no less. Thoughts on asparagus, go. That's how it feels every time someone asks me, what are your thoughts on this thing, without much direction or thought as to the question. Haven't tried it. Give me another, because that's only three. That's only 3 words. I need another 9,997. Also, what the fuck? You haven't eaten asparagus? Come on, you haven't lived. Jesus, that's distressing. I'm so sorry for your loss. Can we help you try asparagus? It's one of the greatest vegetables ever. It's absolutely delicious, especially just like Cyrolac said, grilled with butter and salt, or fire grilled on a grill. Wonderful. Toss it in some olive oil, salt, and a little bit of pepper. That shit's so good. Absolutely squumptious. Squamdeliumptious. You haven't had... Man, I'm so sorry for you. No wonder you ask silly questions. You only eat and drink dwarven food. Well, that's distressing. I apologize that all you've had for the last 742 days is, I don't know, moose tripe roast. Masterwork quality. Still just, but like moose... Could you imagine like subsisting on nothing but moose tripe? Just, what do you get? Oh, the stringy fat bits that connects muscles together. It's like, I've definitely had some tripe before as part of soups and stuff, but like, could you imagine just eating like a roast of that shit? Yuck. Cooler, how you doing? Any better? Yay! Better. You can't survive on that? Exactly. I mean, just imagine trying to eat that once. I don't know. Tripe's not bad, but it's not that good. I certainly wouldn't want to eat, like, nothing but tripe for any period of time. Your whole country goes crazy for asparagus. What exactly does that have to do with anything? Yo, 50 years ago, your grandmother lived in Germany. Well, no. 70 years ago, your grandmother lived in Germany. Thus, it makes sense that you would like asparagus. The fuck does that have to do with anything? I just have good taste in food. If you killed a moose, you'd eat the meat and smoke what you couldn't eat in 3 days, and then let the wolves eat the guts. Fair. Never change, holy spokes. It's good to see you. What? What do you mean by asparagus pea? Are you confusing asparagus and beets? Because I know, like, beets pee and beet poop is scary when you're like, oh god, I'm shitting blood. But now I'm confused. Hey, do tell. What is this asparagus pea that you are speaking of? I am very perplexed and would like to know more. No. You started the subject, and I'm not typing in anything related to urine into Google. Thank you. You can explain this. Start at the beginning, go to the middle, and then the end. Be my guest. Certain chemicals within 10 to 15 minutes of eating asparagus will cause your urine to smell. Like urine? I don't know. I've been eating asparagus my whole life, and this is the first time I've heard of this. So... absolutely not. Deturo it. Do it. Not here. The only, like, tradition thing that we've ever had was my Oma used to make schnitzel. And then, you know, she got feeble and old and doesn't do that anymore. So, absolutely not. Smells like antibiotics caused by the asparagus. No, it smells like urine. But I mean, I believe you. To be clear, I do believe you. but I also really don't. Fucking, like, nah. I don't know. I ate asparagus 4 days ago, and nothing was weird. So... I mean, I'm certainly not going to pee in a cup and huff it, if that's what you're asking. Nah, I think that you're just nuts, LaFonda. That would be my... That's my working theory right now, is that you're nuts. Also, yeah, what the fuck does antibiotics smell like? Do it for the views? I mean, I only do things for the lulz. Oh, hey, I got to, whitelist B-Lug on my Minecraft server. Weird. Seems like some sort of troll. You're good to go, B-Lug. What, antibiotics? Because that's what you said. You said antibiotics. The fuck does antibiotics smell like? You mean like pills? Like what do you mean? I'm gonna quote you on everything you say when you're drunk, Beer Manir. Forever. From here to hell and back. I mean, I've been in hospitals. I've spent many hours in hospitals. But antibiotics just smell like pill bottles. Yeah, no, I've never had this. Is this like a fucking cilantro tastes like soap bullshit thing? Because that's what it seems like. So I think that you're nuts. That's my current theory, is that you're nuts. Abe Xendi withdraws from society. Goes to create an artifact. Depressed and dead. Boss epic. That's a dwarven profession, right? Claims a crafts dwarf shop. Where are you gonna run off to? It's usually only from super fresh asparagus. The asparagus I ate was from my mom's fucking garden. What more do you want? Well, there you go. B-Lug. So, LaFonda is nuts. No one in chat's to back you up. Nope, because you're nuts. Also, thanks for telling me my view count. Much appreciated. Don't ever do that, please. Anyway, thank you very much for making somebody never want to try asparagus. No, you haven't, Stone. We have to all ghost LaFonda and make her think she's nuts. Come on. You're supposed to, like, get him with the program. Come on. It's a perfectly good opportunity. I think that B-Lug had the best comment, which is, like, only 10% of the population actually smells it, which is like, all right, well, then the odds are pretty good that every single person watching this stream doesn't do that. Dwarf is grabbing cloth and vomiting because of how stupid this conversation is. That being said, beats definitely do make you piss red. I know quite a few. I know quite a few people who've told stories about people stumbling into hospital thinking they were pissing out blood, but in reality, it was just they ate beats the day before. You've never had a beet, or you've never made it look like you're bleeding after eating a beet. Maybe you just haven't had enough beets. Eat like a good beet stew or a beet soup. That'll make you do it. When I was a kid, my parents rushed you to the ER. Turns out you just had a few too many beets. Yep. That'll do it. Or beet juice, that'll do it too. Yeah. Naturally, Peter. You know, I think I need to add this to the list of the weirdest conversations we've ever had on this stream. Not that I'm actually keeping an active list, but it's certainly one of the weirder conversations we've had on this stream. I'm not a big fan of pickled beets. I've had them a couple of times. I think it's just I haven't found like a pickle juice that I like. Although my biggest takeaway from this is no, I will never warn anybody about this asparagus piss shit, because who actually cares? I will literally never, ever, ever warn somebody about this, because asparagus is delicious, and who cares? Who fucking cares? Oh, that's always fun. It's really fun harvesting beets by hand. Although, you know what's even more fun is doing like any kind of first aid reenactments and getting covered with blood makeup, and then walking into a gas station with a giant fucking rock sticking out of your forehead and blood coming all the way down the side of your face and a broken arm. That's always fun. You get some real fun looks. If there is, I don't need to think about it, holy spokes. That's not a debate topic because the answer is yes, Boss Epic. There is no debate there. Oh, you did that on Halloween. I see what you mean by you did that on Halloween once. I asked if you were okay. That's funny. Did you have like a good bloody head or something? Because that sounds entertaining. Abe, the craft dwarf has created Nerescure, a Wolverine bone door. Fuck yeah. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Banana Unlimited. It's been a while since I've heard of Banana Unlimited. Also a fucking door. Hell yeah. Isn't this a artifact door down here? No, that's just a nice door. Isn't this an artifact door? No, that's just a nice door. It's worth 44,400. This is a Wolverine bone door. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with round, nice cabochons and silty clay, and studded with iron and decorated with Wolverine bone, and encircled with bands of Wolverine bone leather. This object menaces with spikes of brown zircon and Wolverine leather. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gems in Wolverine leather. And of course, it's an artifact door. I'm just going to place this artifact door here so that we don't lose it. And when I figure out something good to do with it, we'll do that. You had some prosthetic wounds on your face and arm. Good shit. That's entertaining. I like that stuff. Good Halloween costumes are fun. What was I going to do? Get that squad training again. I don't know what vault you're talking about, Daturo. No, it goes into the mayor's office with the rest of the artifacts. Alright, note to self, chat. This has nothing to do with anything. If you have a body that doesn't function, make sure it functions before the workday. Because otherwise, God, you feel like trash. I feel like garbage. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like garbage. Have fun. Don't forget to smell your pee, LaFonda. Gosh. All right. Making those arrowheads because we ran out. Ponder the Sun. Oh, that's a new one. The theory that the sun moves around the world. They're discovering that the Earth is not flat. Don't ever get type 1 diabetes, chat. It sucks. We'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go get some water. All right, I'm back. Man, today is one of those days where streaming is just fucking hard. Like, just talking and being entertaining and speaking and keeping conversations going and not just phasing out of existence. You have a good night, Beerman here. Get some sleep. Oh, I won't. Don't worry. I won't ever feel better. Not in this lifetime, anyway. Maybe in previous lifetimes. Nah, my life is just a slow descent into pain. Or in some cases, a fast descent into pain, depending on the day. Alright, where are we headed? Just out this way? Yeah, I'm just gonna let the dwarves work on that for a while. Tons of bars being put away. Rocks being made. Good stuff. Chat, how many people are currently listening to the stream? Can I get a round of beers? I'm just curious how many people are currently present and paying some semblance of interest in the stream. Because I feel like absolute ass. And I am having a really, really, really hard time streaming right now. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do right now. It's like financially I need to keep streaming, right? But I don't know. I wish it was that easy. Put my health above rent. Yeah, that seems wise, my friend. Seems moronic, in fact. Would be the easy way to describe it. All right. Fuck paying rent, am I right? Definitely don't have more bills this month than the rest of the year so far. But chat, I can't do this. I feel like trash. Like this fucking sucks. Don't ever have a body that falls apart, because it's the most fucking frustrating thing you'll ever go through. But that's it for dwarves for today. Let's try and power through and finish Plague Tale. Just don't be like me. Hope it's been entertaining, but I can't play any more dwarves. I don't ever want to think about that fact about asparagus again. If anything, I would say it helped ruin one of my favorite vegetables. So that was, educational.